Keep your eye on Janet.
Welcome each and every one to our September Board of Supervisors meeting. Good crowd today. Good to see you out. Thank you for your interest in your county's business. And we've got a lot of interesting stuff. I'm going to turn my phone down before it goes off. And thank each and every one of you for your interest in your county's business. I see a lot of others are turning their phone down, so I wasn't the only one. All right. Mr. Tatum's going to do our invocation, and then Mr. Mitchell, Ronald Mitchell, is going to do the pledge to the flag. Will you stand with us, please?
Again, I'd like to welcome everyone out today and to our meeting. And at this time, if you will, join me in a word of prayer. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord, just thanking you, praising you for all you do for us. Father, we thank you for this opportunity that we have to serve the citizens of Franklin County and conduct a portion of the business in regard to this county. Lord, as we go through this meeting, I pray that we'll look to you for wisdom and leadership and guidance in everything that we say and do. And I pray that everything and every decision we make is according to your will. In Jesus' most holy and precious name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this time, I would like to ask Miss Annie Tyree, she's the clerk, one of the clerks from over at the court, to join us up front. And Miss Janet Mitchell, she's going to be the interim supervisor for Snow Creek. And Miss Tyree told me earlier she was pretty honored to do this. Come on over there. Pretty honored to do this because she lives in the Snow Creek district, and she's going to swear Miss Mitchell in, and then at the ending we'll all take a moment to welcome Janet aboard. Miss Tyree.
I, and state your name, please. I, Janet Mitchell, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform the duties incumbent upon me as a member of the Board of Supervisors for Snow Creek District, said term commencing September the 1st, 2022, until the special election to fill the vacancy is held and the person so elected has qualified, according to the best of my ability, so help me God. Do you? All right. That's it.
Janet, we want to welcome you aboard on behalf of the board. You got anything you want to say? No. Thank you.
She's ready to get to work.
She's ready to get to work.
Mr. Chairman, I told Janet that it was wonderful to have another female up here with me to kind of round the group out.
Any other supervisor? Yeah.
Just like to say, Janet, it's an honor to have you as a member of this board, and it's fitting that you're here representing the Blue Ridge District and also representing Leland. He meant a lot to this board, a lot to this county, and speaking for myself, it was truly an honor to serve on this board with him, and also with you.
Anyone else?
I'd like to reflect what Mr. Tatum said, and Leland and I talked a whole lot. And he got real tickled that day. Maybe I should say it, maybe I shouldn't, but he says, Janet let me in the kitchen and said, she gave me a hat to wear. I said, was it a good hat? He said, well, she didn't take it away from me. But anyway, like I said, Leland and I talked a whole lot, and I just appreciate you coming in, filling in. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Janet, it's an honor to sit next to you in Leland's seat, and the candy is in the second drawer, and don't listen to Tommy on his votes.
Thank you all. I'm here to try to do what he would have me to do.
Janet, as I told you earlier, that when I was first elected to the board, that Leland was the first member. They called me when we got to board books and asked me if there was anything I needed or anything. So when I called you the other day, I wanted to make sure that you knew that. And I wanted to thank you, Janet, and all of the other interested candidates for their desire to serve on the board, whether on an interim basis or whether for the entire unexpired term of the Snow Creek District seat, which we decided in the upcoming November, which will be decided in the upcoming November election. Serving our Franklin County community is a great honor, and we look forward to continually working together for the betterment of all of our citizens. And again, thank you, Janet, for everything. Appreciate it. At this time, I would like to ask Director of Finance and Human Services, Brian Carter, to come to the podium. And he's going to join the County Administrator, Chris Whitlow, for a special recognition. Franklin County is the recipient of a Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association for the county's fiscal year 22-23 budget. The county has received this distinguished award now for 21 consecutive years, an accomplishment very few other localities have achieved. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I would like to thank our county budget team for their continued excellent work. Mr. Whitlow has a few comments to make in the presentation, and I think he's going to ask a couple more people to come up and join him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It is indeed an honor, Mr. Carter. I would ask our budget finance analyst, Jackie Wagner, if she would come forward. It's an honor to present this award today. We have, as the chairman mentioned, members of the board, members of the public, Franklin County has been awarded this Distinguished Budget Award now for 21 consecutive years. The county is one of 1,700 localities that internationally, really, among 22,500 localities around the world. And so we're a small group that has been able to receive this award. And so I'll read this, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if I can. The Government Finance Officers Association is pleased to announce that the County of Franklin has received the GOFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. The award presents a significant achievement by the locality and the entity. It reflects the commitment of the governing body, you, the Board of Supervisors, to meeting the highest principles of governmental budgeting. In order to receive the budget award, the entity had to satisfy nationally recognized guidelines for effective budget presentation. These guidelines are designed to access how well the entity's budget serves as a policy document, a financial plan, an operational guide, and a communication device. Budget documents must be proficient in all 4 categories and in 14 mandatory criteria. And so there's a group at the GFOA that scores applications for the award each year. And so when a Distinguished Budget Presentation Award is granted to an entity, certainly our certificate of recognition is presented, and we have that here. And also, having achieved the award this year, would like to present that to Jackie Wagner, and I'll ask Mr. Carter if he'll hold the mic for me. Thank you so much. All the work you do on the budget. Then, Mr. Chairman, I would present the GFOA Budget Award to the County Board of Supervisors, to you, Mr. Chairman, to be shared with the rest of the board members. But I'd like to thank our budget team, an excellent team, great work.
While that's being passed around, I've got an important announcement to make for Save the Date. It's our autumn employee event, Thursday, November the 3rd, 2022, from 11 to 2. It's a walk-in. The Essex Recreation, I can't talk today, so. This is one, you believe it or not, for you that are visiting with us today, this is one, we get more comments over this. And when we have this appreciation, it's bowling hot dogs, bowl of beans, a slab of cheese, and a Coca-Cola, and Homestead ice cream. Well, that's a pretty good combination, I think. And it seems like everybody else does. It's pretty popular. So that's November the 3rd. Need to save the date from 11 till 2. All right. The approval of the agenda. Do any board members have any additions, amendments, or deletions to the agenda? Anyone? All right, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the minutes.
Second.
All right, we can do that with a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. I would like to remind each and every one of you that a lot of times if you have questions that they can be addressed prior to the meeting by calling a member of staff to take care of that. Do we have any questions, comments, anything on the consent agenda that requires special attention? Wow, seeing none, I need a motion.
I will, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
A motion and a second. Need to do a roll call vote on that, Madam Clerk, if you will.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes. Thank you. All right, moving right along. Mr. Daniels, Todd Daniels with BDOT, are you prepared and ready? He's going to do his monthly report, and then we'll got another item agenda we need to talk about, but he'll do his monthly report first. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Daniels, thank you
Thank
for
you,
being
Mr.
here.
Chairman,
buddy.
members of the board. First off, Ms. Mitchell, on behalf of VDOT, welcome. Look forward to working with you. Mr. Chairman, you've got members of the board, you've got the report in front of you. I'm going to hit some highlights as normal and then take any questions. For our previous 30 days, Route 634, Eton Road, a pipe replacement, and also on Route 695, Isolane Road, a bridge superstructure replacement. Both of those have been completed. And when we say completed, oftentimes there's a surface that still needs to be done, whether it's a surface treatment or a pavement overlay. Both of those have that yet to be done. The Isolane Road Bridge will be paved. We're hopeful within 1 to 2 weeks that gets completed. And then we'll surface treat over the pipe on Eton. Moving down for the next 60 days, we've actually got some work that's been completed that was underway. Route 602 Callaway Road, we actually performed 2 pipe replacements on the upper end near the county line. We still need to surface treat and pave over those. And then Dillon's Mill, we had a rather large pipe replacement going on, and we finished that a little ahead of schedule, and that has actually been overlaid, so there's no work left to be done on that. Going to page 2, under construction, our hired equipment contractor is currently working on, you've probably seen some work on the southern connection to Summit View. We're working on that left turn lane as you go northbound. You should see some actual concrete curbing work within the next week, this week and next week. So you'll actually start to see the shape, if you will, and then paving will come in October. Moving on down the list, we've got a few completed traffic studies where we had a request for a speed limit or some sort of change, and those were 804 Deep Woods Road, 1068 Big Oak Lane, and 668 Guilford Road. All of those will be receiving a posted speed limit. The signs are not all up, as far as I know, but that's in progress of actually getting the signs installed. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's my monthly report.
Anybody got any questions in regards to this report for Mr. Daniels? Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Todd. How are you today?
Well,
Good. I've just have 2 questions, if I may. On the Dollar Tree, you all are working with the land development review and so forth. Are there going to be any turn lanes, decel lanes, infrastructure laid there that's under your purview?
so I'm gonna look to Brian. I don't know that we're that far along in the analysis, but with any commercial development, the department wouldn't be implementing or constructing any necessary improvements. But I don't know, are we that far along?
You're about right, yeah. They're consultants working on some analysis for the traffic study, and we provided some documentation for them, so they'll be working on that. And then as a result of that study will be what improvements need to come out of it.
And of course, those improvements, if suggested, would be under your purview,
They would
given
be-
that they're on the right-of-way, correct?
Correct, yes. They would have to go through the permitting process.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Brian. The only other question I have, Todd, is with regard to the Route 6, the 616 intersection at Lovely Valley Road, the safety study there. Was that a study, who initiated that study? Was that a VDOT initiated project, or did
So on
someone?
Scruggs at Lovely Valley, so the speed and safety study, Ms. Smith, I'd have to go back and look if we got a request. Of course, it didn't come from this board, but actually who requested it, I'd have to go back into our records to determine that. And we can let you know that
Yeah, that,
afternoon or tomorrow.
yeah, that would be good. And you know, when I'm looking at these reports, Todd, I don't know what kind of internal processes you guys go through. It would be very helpful to me, and I know my colleagues as well, when something comes across your radar and it's in one of our districts, perhaps if we could work out some type of communication methodology that we become aware of what's going on in our district. I did not know this was going on. I was surprised to see it in my binder. And because I, have been trying to pursue some other traffic safety studies in my district, and this one I didn't know about. And so I don't know if that's something that you guys can accommodate with perhaps not a lot of extra staff time. I'm not looking to create a huge workload.
Yeah, we absolutely can. So I'd have to go back in board reports and see, did we put it on the requested? So typically if something comes into the office, and to clarify, it could come from any member of the board, it could come from the board as a whole, it could come from county staff, it can also come from a citizen. Oftentimes we'll get a phone call from a citizen, usually they live on the road they're calling about, and usually it's because they believe traffic is going too fast. That's very common. So depending upon many factors, including when was the last time we looked at this given route, were there changes that happened over a period of years, and do we need to look at it again? We start to make some decisions on, okay, do we submit this as what we call a traffic engineering work order? And it goes to our traffic engineers, and they physically review the road. They look at data, crash data, traffic speeds, and what have you, and they make a determination on the proper speed limit. So it can come about many different ways. What it sounds like we need to do is find a mechanism to, when we get a request for a study and we determine we're going to submit it, maybe send it to county staff and they can distribute it to the board. And we'd gladly send it to each and any one of you individual, but if we have one POC, that may make it easier to manage. I'm going to leave that to Mr. Whitlow.
So if a citizen requests something, it's reviewed by engineering and you all make a determination whether it has merit?
Boiled down, yes, we look at every request, obviously, and that could be a citizen calling our call center and saying, I want you to reduce the speed on Lovely Valley or Guilford Road. And we would look at that and say, okay, like I said, have we done this in the past? What has changed? Is it residential? There's a lot of factors. And then, yeah, it becomes as simple as creating a work order that our traffic engineers look at. Now, we don't, by any means, we don't post every road that someone may ask for. A speed limit reduction, traffic volume plays into it. We've actually got some guidance that below a certain threshold, we don't typically post a speed limit. We might post a yellow warning sign, curve or something like that, There's a lot of pieces in that puzzle. But yes, what you said can happen. Someone
And
can call.
so those studies get done on VDOT's dime?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what is the difference when, for instance, I request a traffic study or what have you, and I'm being told that it's gonna cost us 25 grand to do it? Why does the county have to bear expense if you guys are doing it on the request of citizens and so forth?
The difference is in the type of study. So for example, traffic calming and other studies like that, there's a policy, there's a traffic calming guide.
Right.
There's some engineering that goes with that to justify or verify the need for the traffic calming, and that's pretty clear in our guidance, where this is just what we call a speed and safety study. You won't see traffic calming recommendations or things of that nature come out of these studies. So there's data collection that our traffic engineering group does, and they do it for all 12 counties in our district, but they're not funded through our maintenance budget locally from Franklin County or our secondary construction budget for Franklin County. They've got traffic engineering funds, but those funds are not set up for traffic calming studies and more in-depth engineering studies.
Okay, thank you.
So there's some guidance behind all that if I didn't do a good job of explaining.
No, that's great, Todd. Thank you very much.
So that's it. Tom?
Yeah. Mr. Daniels, good seeing you again.
You too.
The roundabout on 834, what is the difference between it's going to be operational in late September with a completion date in 2023? What, if you open it up, what we will still have left to do to it?
Still have cleanup. So Hardy Road was very similar to that, and I don't remember the dates exactly, Mr. Cundiff, but we put what we call substantial completion dates in our contract, partly because of Mother Nature and weather. So it's unlikely we can pave in December. We've done it, and if the weather so allows, we can do that. But proper planning is we get our road substantially complete where you can safely travel it, so the pattern is in place. We've got our plant mix in place, hopefully the final surface course. And then you may have work outside of the roundabout. Maybe the lights need to be installed. For example, on Hardy Road, the luminaires, the lighting came later on. Things like that can happen after we get it open to traffic. So the goal is to limit the impact to traffic, which we're flagging and what have you out there now, get them in their final pattern, and then we'll do the cleanup, if you will. And there's other cleanup items that need to be done, and even some seeding late in the fall, and they may have to come back in the spring and do a little bit of work.
Okay.
That's why that's in there.
Once again, I'd like to tell you what y'all, good job y'all do, and I appreciate what you do for the county.
Yes, sir.
Thank you much. Appreciate the answer.
Yep.
Mr. Daniels, I just had one request. If you could get someone to ride through Dry Hill Road. I've had several complaints from citizens the last several weeks of just potholes and just, I think it just needs a little TLC. If somebody could just ride over it and see if there's anything that we can do on the short end to shore that up a little bit, I would greatly appreciate it.
We'll do that.
Thank you much.
Anyone else got any questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman. Just as usual, thank you guys. Any little issue that comes up, I call Brian and he takes care of it right away. Can't thank y'all enough for that. Appreciate it.
Sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, Todd, for that. A couple months ago now, we approved some smart scale projects. And a couple weeks ago, there was a lot going on. And I had got a phone call from public safety, and there was concerns over the one smart scale project at Harmony School Road and 122. Thus, we've asked Todd to go over that again, and today is to see if we did the right thing in approving that and what the plans are for there, and for this board to decide if they want to leave it as what it was approved or if they want to change it, and even if we can change it at this date. And I know it's a time crunch here, and we've got to tell them something today. That's why it's on here. I gave you the maps that were given to me a couple weeks ago now, a week ago. You've had those, but Mr. Daniels, will you work us through this, please?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chairman, I've got a few pictures that I want to run through with the board just to do some comparison, and I'll do a quick overview and then take any questions. So, as Mr. Thompson said, that there's a smart scale application in our pipeline for this particular project at Harmony School in 122. We are currently in the project validation stage, which means folks like Brian and others at the district are looking through the project applications, verifying certain things like economic development and other scoring categories. And after that's completed, it will go to our central office group and some others for scoring. So we're not ready to score yet, but as Mr. Thompson alluded to, there is a time sensitivity to this to make a decision. Do you want to move forward, or do you want to hold and not continue with this application? And it's our understanding through consultation with our group in Salem that that's possible. We're early enough. It hasn't been scored. It's actually on pause right now. We quote, paused it. So the validation is not occurring right now. After today, we'll give them a message of what may be to come, depending upon what y'all may decide. So what you see in front of you is a sketch that goes with this project. Obviously, Harmony School is 2-lane road entering 122. That's a 2-lane road. The proposal is a left turn lane headed northbound into Harmony School, which in turn creates some space. So when you put in a left turn lane, you have to widen, and there's what we call a transition. Well, that widening actually continues on through the intersection and into the oncoming traffic as well. So you'll see a left turn lane indicated into a commercial entrance that gets realigned across from Harmony School. Today it's offset a little bit to the west or southern direction as 122 travels. In a nutshell, that's it. It's a left turn lane and right turn lane onto Harmony School that doesn't exist today. There's a lot that goes into that, because if you recall, to the north or to the right, if you're traveling south on Harmony, it's a bank. So there's differences in what we're doing at Brooks Mill and Burnt Chimney. There's differences in what we did at Hardy and 122. So you see the red on this. That is a necessary right-of-way. Well, why is it so wide? It's because of that slope. So you have to cut into the slope, where we didn't do that on the other projects. There's some stormwater management. You see that in the greenish areas there. This is just a sketch. There's a lot to be determined, but when you boil it down, it's an addition of the left turn lane, some roadway widening, sight distance improvement, and there's a little bit of grade adjustment that actually will occur on Harmony School as you enter into 122. So that's the high level description. Any questions about that before I move down here? All right. So what we thought we'd do, because it's really hard to show you a picture of what it will be in 3 dimensions or being there, so this 2-dimensional paper is tough sometimes. So we looked, where is something similar? So luckily in our own backyard at Lake Watch, we've got something really similar. There's a lot of similarities. 122 volumes, not exactly the same, actually a little more at Lake Watch than we have here. Unfortunately, I don't have the volumes indexed in Lake Watch. It's fairly new as things go, and for whatever reason, we just don't have an accurate traffic count for that. But we know we've got a Bojangles, we know we've got a collection site, and we've got residential traffic coming in and out. So it's a fair amount. Bojangles biscuits are good, so it generates traffic. Both of them are in a 45 zone, so that's a similarity. And if you're standing, this is standing in the intersection, so Bojangles is to my right, is my photographer, Mr. Casella, fine man, took all these pictures. You're looking to the north. So, and I'm going to show you from a Google aerial similarities in the curve. They're not exact. But you see this traffic is going to approach you. There's your right turn lane. And one of the concerns was, if you remember at Hardy Road, we had some very serious crashes. And what we believe happened is people lost sight of southbound traffic because there was somebody in the right turn lane in front of the store. And they were impatient. And when they pulled out, it was a T-bone crash, and unfortunately, we had some fatals resulting from that. So very severe. That turn lane at Hardy, and I'll show you this in a second, was not a standard turn lane. It was a best effort way back when to get something in there because, and I don't know when that occurred, but I can only imagine the amount of traffic using Hardy Road as the lake was growing. We got to do something to help here. So there was some fashion of a turn lane constructed within the limits that existed. There was a drop inlet in that radius, if you remember. It was really tight with the curbing. It was short. So it wasn't the ideal turn lane. That's all been corrected with the roundabout. So I'm looking back to the north. That's the sight distance we have at Lake Watch today. Luckily, we don't have a lot of crashes that we're aware of. People are safely navigating it. This is looking to the south, so now I'm standing looking to the right. I don't have the exact distance, but it's just, this is an effort to give you a perspective. That's just what I'm trying to do here. So, okay, this is about what it's going to look like when somebody pulls up to this intersection if this project proceeds. So it's pretty open. As I said, the speed limit's 45. I think we would all agree that 45 is not always the case. So we know that it can go higher than that, but they are both in a 45 zone. So this is standing at Harmony today, looking to the north, looking to the left. Not as much, you can see, not as much as what we saw at Lake Watch. And this is improved. So I don't remember when, it was before we became part of Franklin County, the Rocky Mountain Residency did some work to improve that sight distance, badly needed. This project will go a little bit further and improve that some more. And then this is looking to the south, looking to the right. Once again, you'll be, that slope, there it is. That's part of the reason for the right-of-way is you cut into that slope, you have to go back further to do that properly. So real quick, this is Lake Watch, so you can see the curve coming in. If I'm headed southbound, I'm in a right-hand curve approaching Lake Watch on the southern leg or the western leg here. It's fairly straight. So here's Harmony School. It's kind of a flip-flop. So the curve coming, if I'm headed northbound, is a little bit of curve. If I'm on the northern or the northeastern leg, it's kind of straight. So they're opposites, but they're similar. And this is where your improvement would take place, obviously. So now here they are on top of each other. I don't know if this really means anything. I thought this would be a good idea last night at about 6 o'clock, so I put this together, and that's, I would call it somewhat similar. Somewhat similar. So the drivers at Harmony School, if this project is constructed, will be in a similar situation, short of the commercial businesses right around them, but similar situation. So Hardy Road. So I think Hardy Road kind of makes people nervous, and you know, you might say, well, VDOT, why in the world are you showing me turn lanes and you told me not to do that at Hardy and you built me a roundabout, right? There are a lot of differences, the severity of crashes being one of them. Hardy, there was a monetary influence because we had went from turn lanes with signals to a roundabout, and signals add quite a bit of money. So we started to balance, okay, what's the economic impact? What does it cost to build the roundabout versus a full-blown intersection with left and right turn lanes and a signal? So the cost got closer than if we were proposing a roundabout versus just the turn lanes at Harmony School. Also, at Burnt Chimney and Brooks Mill, at Hardy and 122, we had available space. Now, it was privately owned, but it was there. You don't have that at Harmony School as much of it, because you think about, we took Hardy Road, and I don't know if you can see my curve. Yeah, you can. So we went up here. You can see the circle, the faint circle that Google has put in there. If you did that at Harmony, you're taking, I won't say you're taking somebody's home, but you're cutting into those slopes significantly. If you work to the south, if you will, you've got that commercial property right there. You've got some homes. You don't have the same space available at Harmony as we had it at Hardy. So all of those factors go into how do we make it better. So that took us to where we are today and what Ms. Cooper and Franklin County staff submitted. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, Any
Anybody
questions?
got any questions for Mr. Daniels in regards to this? All right, just to renew your memory there, the call that I got was from Public Safety, and their concern was that with the improvements proposed at Harmony School, that it would create another Hardy Road incident down there. But with everything being explained and shown with the pictures, you've got it before you. Our thing is, we can leave it alone and do as it's done. But if we want to, my understanding from staff, that if we choose to not do this project, we can choose to do that, then we've got to do another resolution to VDOT stating that we don't want to do the project.
Yes, sir, because currently on file, there's a resolution of support from the board for this and the other projects. So, yes, sir.
All right, so with us, that was the complaint. We can let it go. We can do another vote. What's the pleasure of the board?
We're letting it go and staying with what we've already decided, based on the information that
That we
Mr.
got
Daniels has
today.
given us today, yes.
To stay with it? Is that what you said?
As proposed, leaving it as proposed.
Yes. Because I
Mr.
think,
Mitchell?
I didn't vote to approve the smart scale projects a month or two ago when we had it before, but, you know, Chief Powell with Burton Chimney Fire Department, you know, speaking with him, I think he's got some valid points about the danger here, so I would probably be on the opposite side of that and just be hesitant to move forward, because I think we are creating another. I understand what he's doing. I respect his opinion and professionalism, but I'd be hesitant. Which I didn't vote to approve it last time, so I'd probably just be a no. But I want to explain why, because I didn't vote for it last time.
Yes. Mr. Taylor?
I understand what Mr. Mitchell's saying. I know the fire chief and some members of public safety have some concerns, and I feel those concerns, but Mr. Daniels and his crew, in my opinion, are the experts in traffic flow. I don't think that the fire chief in this case is qualified to be considered an expert to the level that Mr. Daniels and his staff are. And I think he's covered all the bases, so that's why I'm supporting staying with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in my district, and as such, I would ask the board to leave the project intact as it was submitted. I think there are significant line of sight issues at this intersection. Todd, I think you would agree with that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think anytime we put in turn lanes, it helps to deter and slow down folks, and it really makes you look a little bit more when you're setting in an intersection like that. So I would want it left alone.
Okay.
I agree with what Lori said, and it looks like the engineering is correct on that, and I think trimming down that embankment is going to greatly improve the line of sight, so I'm for leaving it as it is.
Ms. Mitchell?
I'm fine with it. I travel that road and know what embankments they're talking about. When that comes down, it'll certainly help the turning.
I was, when Chief Powell called and was explaining, I got to thinking about that, create another Hardy Road. But after your pictures today, especially with the project at Bojangles, showing the curvatures and what VDOT is planning to do in your engineering, I believe that the project as presented will not going to be any kind of a detriment or hurt anything as it's proposed, and I go along with that. We can do it as a consent, I suppose, or do we need to do it as a vote since it's on the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it doesn't require a resolution if you leave it as is for us. It's just knowing that y'all concur that you want to leave it like it is. So procedurally, we don't have to have an additional
You
resolution.
don't have to do anything, so we can just do actually a consent then Everybody in favor of leaving it alone? And one change, it's been, majority says leave it alone.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
And
thank
we
you
will-
for your time.
We'll move forward. One quick note, and thank you, Mr. Sandy, for reminding me, just to remind the board, it still has to go through our scoring process. So there's no guarantee that we see this score well enough. We don't even know how many projects at this point will make the cut. We know how many we've got in Salem, about 48 in the district, but we don't know overall how many will make it. So, we're hopeful. We're hopeful all of our projects in our counties submitted make it, but we will see the draft scoring in January. So we'll get a better picture at that point.
Mr. Chairman.
Todd, I want to thank you and your staff. I mean, I call Lisa and Brian and you anytime with citizen complaints or whatever, and they're took care of just like that. And it's a pleasure to have dealings with a organization that is prompt and gives you straightforward answers. And I thank you on behalf of the citizens of the county and the board. Someone else. Sure.
I just had one more quick comment. Todd, you had mentioned that with the Bojangles intersection there, I can tell you that there is a lot of speed down through there. I think anybody that travels that can attest to that. I think that intersection is laid out appropriately. It's not the intersection that's the problem, it's speed. And nobody, I mean, if you sit through there, very few people are going 45. So if we have any crash data in that area of the district, that's what the deal is.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'll have to plead guilty. That speed zone, you don't realize it. When you hit the 45 sign headed northbound, just south of Harmony School, until you hit the 55 sign at downtown Moneta, it's about 10 miles. Mm-hmm. It's a long speed zone.
Always.
And myself included, I will find myself exceeding it a touch every now and then. So I have to catch it. And so it's tough. It's really tough. So
not me. I try to speed on it all the time. Right there, buddy, all the time. Ronnie.
I just want to go on public record. I voted no a couple months ago, but that wasn't against all of them. And the reason I bring this up, for future, are we allowed to vote on the smart skills individually, or do they all have to be grouped together? Because a lot of them I did agree with. There was only a couple of them I didn't. Is that a possibility for the next time we talk smart scale, that we can vote on them independently or individually? Excuse me.
I hope I'm not messing this up, but I don't see any reason. I think that would be a county preference and a procedure up to the county, because all we're looking for at the end of the day for an application to be submitted is one of the pieces is a resolution of support from the governing board. So you could do those individually, I would expect.
Okay. I would think so, unless there's some VDOT requirement, Mr. Mitchell.
Majority rules, but I would like to be able to give my opinions on each one individually.
That's a great point.
That's a great point.
Would ask staff and VDOT to remind us of that for the next round of Smart Skill. To make sure we do those individually. That's a good point. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anyone else? Thank you, Todd. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, Todd.
Brian Carter, Director of Finance and Human Services. It's your turn.
Got the right one. Down a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So, first item under my sections is our monthly finance report, and so these will be as of the end of August, 2 months into the fiscal year. What we'll be looking to see is about 16.6% overall in our budget. So revenue-wise, we're doing well. And every our monthly revenues that we would want to see are exceeding that 16%. That's encouraging. On expenditure-wise, we're below that 16%-ish range we would want, with the exception of a couple of areas. And those typically are the standard areas where we front load a lot of things at the very beginning. They're contractual related that have to be paid, insurance, maintenance contracts, things of that nature. So overall, the picture from a general fund budget standpoint is looking on task with where we'd expect to be this time of the fiscal year. So to graph that out, you see on the revenue side, slight growth in the August compared to prior year. Most all of that, in fact, really all of that is in property taxes. The reason for that increase is because of the switch to twice-a-year real estate. So now that we had it due June 5th, you have some spillover into July and August in collections and things of that nature we historically didn't have. So your other local taxes and your state revenue is pretty much even with where we were at this point last year. So on local sales tax, you can see that we've collected about 7% over where we were at this point last year. That's about $82,000. And so, which is about where the state is. The state, based on their August report, was 7.2%. And so we're about on par. And if you notice, the percent of budget is 19.45%. So that's above that 16% benchmark that we would be looking at. So trending well. Meals tax, lower than it was last fiscal year, but still 9.8% above year over year. And so about $30,000, not a ton of money, but we're still trending well compared to that for budget. You can see the increase graphically there. Typically on a lot of these meals, and you'll see it on the next graph with transient occupancy. We get into the colder months, that drops the same way with transient occupancy, just seasonal in that way. So for transient occupancy, you see the similar thing. It's up 47.2% compared to the same time last year. Just under $45,000 increase, and we're doing well on the budget. And so, but you'll see that decline, and it'll bottom out in the winter months, and then it'll tick back up. We'll get closer to next summer. So expenditures, we are, as far as the month, we were a little above in July, a little below in August. We're okay overall, graphically looking at that when you compare year over year. Breaking it down by categories. We see a little bit up, but realistically at this point, other than the inflationary pressures we know, there's no one particular or handful of items. Obviously, we know we implemented our new compensation plan, so that has an impact when you look at year over year. So that's why you'll see a larger increase in public safety, and then health and welfare we'll talk about in a minute. So you can see that breakdown. Social services is up. Of course, all of their staff had 5% increases. They're a very large department within the county, so that has a larger impact when you compare year over year. You can see CSA is up. That's just trending what we're seeing. I have a little bit more data on a subsequent slide here in a little bit about CSA. So budget pressures, just looking at what we're facing overall, and we're seeing with some of these is we're continuing to see increased labor costs. That's not something probably new to you. Everybody's trying to hire. We all know what wages are out there, what you're seeing. But as of today, we have 21 vacant positions in the county. And what we're actually seeing is, especially from the private sector, they're literally calling and recruiting our staff, and they can pay more money and they can do it quicker. We have the constraints of a budget that is funded by tax dollars. We have certain limitations in how we can offer money. This is even with the new compensation plan. So we do have some serious constraints that we're dealing with. Hopefully that evens out. And it's not just private sector and public sector. In the private sector, the larger companies with the deeper pockets are buying out and calling the ones of the smaller companies. So it's really just who has the most money. They're willing to pay that to get the staff because they've got to fill vacancies. So we do have that concern. We have several departments that are down proportionate-wise significantly in their staffing. We're not having a lot of luck in certain areas recruiting, even though we're trying, even with enhanced salaries from the compensation plan and the philosophy that we did. So that's going to continue to be a pressure for the county for us to move forward and continue to provide services. Fuel and energy, of course, we've seen some abatement of that over the last few months with the fuel prices, price of gas. It's still high. It's still having an impact. Capital maintenance and replacement, we are seeing a skyrocketing cost of capital. You can pick pretty much any category you want. The most recent one, Director Ferguson gave me an example and included me of a recent ambulance quote. So it was just a couple of years ago, 230,000, now it's 350. So that's a 47% increase for the same ambulance. That is at least a 2-year wait from the date we order it. So we all know fire apparatus is the same way, basic vehicles, 20-30% increases. So we're really seeing an increase in capital across the board. This also goes to any possible larger projects where you might face construction. Bids are coming in higher than sometimes you may anticipate, or just you're having supply chain issues, delay projects. It's just creating it's a significant environment at this point for any capital. Now, specific from a CSA standpoint, looking at last year compared to this year, so gross, now remember the state has a significant contribution that they make, they reimburse the county for, but total expenses, accrual basis, year over year is about 1.4 million increase from last year. That basically means on an average of 30% match rate, that varies depending on the type of service that we're paying for with the state. That's about an increase of $430,000 to the county's budget. And we budgeted flat, so the county basically we just had to come up with that money. There is continued increase in high dollar placements, foster care, group homes, residential. The residential placements especially have a higher match rate, so the larger that cost is, the more the county has to pick up from the local share. We did increase the current year budget about $400,000. That was funded in what was adopted. But if you go with even if expenses stay level from last year, we need another $1 million. That's still another $300,000 we're probably going to need to pull out of current year revenue. So something we're watching. Of course, you know, on NCSA and on CPMT, the body that approves those services, you know, we're trying to watch that. A lot of this is coming, and we expected it. I mean, you're seeing learning loss in the school system. We all knew that this was going to be happening when kids went back in the classroom because nobody really had eyes on them in the home during all the COVID shutdowns. So it's not necessarily a surprise. It's just an unfortunate reality, and we're managing it as best we can. But a lot of the service providers have the same issues that we have trying to fill vacancies. And so trying to find a placement in a group home, it's a statewide issue. It's really a national issue from a foster home standpoint. Virginia is unique in that really no other state has a CSA program the same way. They divvy up their services differently. So it's going to be, for the foreseeable future, a struggle. And so we're doing the best we can to manage, but wanted the board to be aware that is a significant pressure. Now, fund balance-wise, now these are unaudited. We will have our audit in about a month, and so then we'll have final numbers. Do want to point out, so the unassigned fund balance is currently just over $38 million. So if you'll remember, we had the $1,725,000 in commitments in this year's budget that we were to restore. So after removing that, and where the school year-end surplus is at this moment, and then adjusting for our 20% policy minimum. This is based on our new revenue estimate. So we would have about $8.6 million available over and above our limit. Audit, of course, still to happen, so with ARPA money and with twice a year real estate, that could change depending on what the auditors look at. But as far as our estimates and what we're looking at, that's about where we're at. Still making adjustments, so these numbers are not final. That's why we're saying unaudited, but hopefully will not fluctuate significantly. And that's just listing out what makes up that $1.7 million that we would look to first, and then we would go with any other departmental requests or capital needs and reserves and such. And so from what I understand, we're probably close to receiving the Ferrum fire truck. We'll be needing to pay that. All of these items, if you remember, the board did approve to have a public hearing to amend the budget. So we'll plan on handling all this at the October meeting and getting this appropriated and getting that in the appropriate line items. So economic update, really August was an 8.3% increase year over year. You might hear, well, it's up 0.1% from the prior month, so it's basically flat. Well, that's true, but year over year is 8.3%. That was offset a little. We had lower cost of fuel and energy, but it was offset by increases such as food and housing, as we can tell with rents and mortgage rates and just what we're seeing advertised in the housing market. Interest rate hikes are probably going to happen. The estimate by some is going to be about another 0.75% as possible Federal Reserve action. You may see it as 75 basis points. 1 basis point is 1/100%, so 100 basis points is 1%. That's just the way they like to talk about it. But essentially, it's 0.7, 3/4%. So if they raise that, of course, that raises the cost to borrow money. That raises the county's cost to borrow money should we pursue any future capital projects, things of that nature. I mean, just to give you an idea, the cost of a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 6 to 6.5% right now. It was about 3% 2 years ago, and so it's doubled. Likely, our cost of money depends on the markets, obviously, but would probably be similar. We were around the 3.5%. We're probably up around 4.5%, 5% easy right now, I would say, if we went to borrow money. Something that obviously Davenport will be able to speak to you in the future as we look to game plan for future projects and needs and planning. There are several rumblings in the private sector. You may have read about it, so we're watching that as well because obviously they have a vested interest. So you see a lot of people from FedEx, Goldman Sachs, even JP Morgan Chase are now pulling back, adjusting their investments and things of that nature, planning on a global recession. And so it's something that obviously we look at as well for trends that may impact us as a locality through the state and otherwise. As far as the state fiscal year update, just wanted to give you that really quickly. They ended, based on Governor Youngkin, at a $1.9 billion surplus. The vast majority of that goes to the Revenue Stabilization Fund that they have. There is $397 million designated for tax relief, and then the remaining is designated for other things, the Virginia retirement system, the pension unfunded liabilities, some road and capital. One of the important items is Business Ready Sites program. We have already received, I believe, awarded 2 grants, and then we have other applications. So those are the type things that helps us as a locality maximize our use of outside funding so we're not using local taxpayer dollars. So with that, I'll be happy to try and answer any questions.
Anybody got any questions for?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Carter, congratulations to you and your staff on the award. I'm just a little bit curious with the real estate reassessment that's, I think, started now. What do you project in the future that's going to mean towards the county, revenue-wise?
I have not received any current data. The only thing we have right now is new construction. It's going to depend on when we time it. And so if prices stay as they are now, we could see a fairly significant real estate reassessment increase. I don't count that till I have it. And so that's going to be an 18-month process. Really, the reassessment values will be effective January 1st, 2024. But right now, with the shortage of stock in the housing market and just the values are up that we're seeing, so I would think that would be a positive from a reassessment standpoint.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Anybody?
So I'm going to ask you this question. What are you projecting left over to be? We're in September, and looks like we'll definitely have something final in October. Mm-hmm. But surely now that last fiscal year is over, do you have a good idea? Are we going to be able to cover what we've kind of promised to?
I think we'll be able to cover the 1.7 million or very close to it that we were committed to. And anything over and above that at this point, I'd rather wait. We're closer than we have been in a while. I think we've been very fortunate with CARES money and other things. We've had very good surpluses the last few years. We're a little bit closer this year than we have been the last couple, but I think we'll be able to fund our commitments up to this point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Brian?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you getting any further updates from the state relative to the capital infrastructure school monies? That's been the subject of a lot of conversation.
I have received no updates. I know some of that can be constantly changing. The latest number as far as I know, was estimated to be about 2.4 million. That was for the middle school HVAC. As far as I know, that's still intact, but that's really about the only update I've had on any school capital funding.
Well, I'm referring to new allocations through the General Assembly and the Governor's Office.
I've not heard anything through VDOE or anything like that nature.
On the school
that
infrastructure that...
Yeah, no updates out of the state on
Okay.
that. Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else got any questions for Brian?
Question.
Tommy?
Where did you perceive this information about the ambulances and everything going up 47%?
That is a recent quote by our contractor that we purchased through. It's Atlantic Emergency Solutions. But it's a quote from our regional rep. Came from Public Safety Department.
Is that just the ambulances? What about the fire trucks? Are they going up too?
Oh yeah, the a fire truck that was about $450 now $750,000. So it's they're escalating significantly.
Is it also true that it's going to be 900 days before we can get anything?
Everything right now is pretty much at a about a 2-year lead time from the date we order it to the date it's received.
The reason I ask these questions, I just want to know where we're headed on as far as doing stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, thank you. And once again, congratulations on your department.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you much.
All right, I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. First, I'd like to congratulate Brian and his staff for their achievement in the 21 years. That's pretty cool to keep it going that long.
Yes.
Your staff is to be congratulated for that. Thank you all for that. Here lately, we've had a lot of workshops. We've had a lot of meetings. And I think I'm going to propose that we do one, and I think it's very important. I think we need to get staff to put together a workshop to give us some insight and direction for hiring and retention of our employees, to include our HR department and probably Davenport, and to give us some insight in regards to inflation costs. We don't need to let this get ahead of us. We need to be on top of this. And it's very, to me, it's very scary that we've got outside companies that are hiring our people, you know, just calling them and offering them big money, et cetera, et cetera. You can't blame nobody for looking out for themselves. And we're gonna have to start looking out for ourselves. And, I mean, we've got some things here, we've got some things that we've got to overcome that, you take a lot of these companies, they can raise salaries, and then they just pass the cost on to the consumer. We can't do that. It's got to go through tax increases. And we've got to try to come up with some kind of a, I don't know what the right term is, a clever way to work around this with what we've got. And I think we need to get on top of this, because, how many did you say we were down, 21?
21, yes, 21 vacant or open positions as of today.
And I don't know what, Ms. Cobb's in the school system, how many are y'all down?
I would say, just across the school system, probably 40 some.
You said 40 some?
Yes, sir. And that's across,
That's across the county.
yes, across about 40 some employees.
Thank you. So, you know, we're talking 60 plus employees in our county. And it's, well, they say that they're working with it, but it's gonna get critical here pretty quick. So, do you all, everybody, you think it's time we have a little workshop? And try to get some ideas and some insights and some direction on which way to go with this?
I'll agree to the workshop, Mr. Chairman, but the way I see it, I don't know what we can really do about it unless we're going to really raise taxes to compete with the private sector, because that's where they're all going.
I think that's where we're at, though. We need to talk
Yeah.
and see what our options are, if any, and
I'll add to that though. But didn't we just spend how much money on a compensation study? I mean, we just got that back and implemented it. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult here, but you know, it's another meeting that, unless we're planning to raise salaries in the county 20-30%, there's nothing we can really do about it. Just being devil's advocate here.
what about the rest of you?
I sort of agree with Mr. Mitchell's comments, and I don't know that we're unique in this situation compared to other localities. Maybe staff has some insight on that. I think this is something that's occurring in a lot of localities.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
I agree that it's a broad problem. It's across the country, but we can't just say, well, it's a broad problem, we can't do anything about it. I think we owe it to the citizens of Franklin County to try to come together and see if we can come up with and not necessarily a long-term solution, but a short-term solution to get some of these positions filled. And then do we need to look at, more, broader compensation, or do we need to look at maybe a better benefit package, or how can we be more competitive with the private sector? I just think a brainstorming session with staff and the department heads and come together. I think we owe it to the citizens to try. And Mr. Mitchell may be exactly right. We might be beating our head against a wall or beating a dead horse, but I think we need to try.
I think we need to find a compromise on what people of Franklin County can afford and who can we afford to let go. What I'm trying to say is that, do we have any waste anywhere? We might need to review that. I'm not saying that we do, but I know as this day and time, as hard it is to come with a dollar and try to stretch it, it's awful hard. But it's awful hard not to operate without people too. So I think we need to look at the fat, the slim, and what do we really need.
Ms. Mitchell?
This is all new to me.
Yes, ma'am. I think it's a consensus then that we.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would just add that this is a comprehensive topic, and it's just not about throwing money at problems. These things, when we start competing with the private sector, it's a moving target, and it's going to continue to move as long as people and the private entities are competing with the municipalities. So the conversation about what can we do to be competitive is always one with merit, I think. But I think it also gets to looking at, of the vacancies that we have, is there some rationale or theme as to why folks are leaving? And I'm not convinced that it's all money. That some of them are for sure going for higher salaries, without question. But I think when we start looking at this, we've got to be willing to look at capacity here in the county, because we continue to ask a lot more of the same number of employees or less. And we may have some employees that are just frankly fed up and saying, I can go somewhere, make a little more money, and not have 3 and 4 jobs thrown at me to do, when if we just hired another person, we could have equity in our workloads. So I think the topic is a little broader than just incentivizing the benefit package, which I think we can surely look at, absolutely. I'm not sure that continuing to throw money at a newly revised pay study, I think the jury's out for me in terms of, we're just starting to implement that, about what it's going to mean in terms of the employees and, in evaluating that from that perspective. But Chairman Thompson, I do think the work session has merit, without question. I suggest perhaps that it's a broader conversation with maybe a drill down on looking at why we're where we're at and what goes beyond just trying to, put some money.
Mr. Chairman?
Basically, what I was saying, we're trying to have the workshop right now today. We just need to have a workshop to sit down and talk about these problems and seeing what the solution, and if we can come up with them. And Mr. Carter?
I have a question. These employees, when they leave, are they given an exit interview by that would be data that would probably answer a lot of Supervisor Smith's questions.
Yeah. Ms. Cobb, you stood up.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I want to correct, we went back and looked at the report that Mr. Cuddy gave us at the last meeting. Actually, 40 were paraprofessionals alone. We have a total of about 80-some vacancies.
Thank you.
That does include, like I said, about 40 paraprofessionals. It does include bus drivers, some teacher openings.
That's across the board. That's how many employees you're down.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, 80.
That makes it over 100.
That makes it over 100. I think we need this workshop bad, and I think we've got a consensus of the board to go with it. All these problems we had started in on everything at the workshop right now. So I think staff's got your answer. We need to put that together.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, in terms of the timing of the work session, because I know we had mentioned Davenport and Company, our financial advisors, they're doing some work right now for us, reviewing the state regulations. Supervisor Smith, you had mentioned earlier about the school capital and so forth, and that's being vetted by the DOE now. And so they're prepared to come in late November, our financial advisors. Of course, I know that that's a capital discussion, but I also know the capital budget needs also are always balanced with the operational budget needs. And so the timing and a lot of the comments from the supervisors, they're right on point today. It is a broader issue. Supervisor Smith, you mentioned a lot of things going on. My colleagues and I met Friday in the region, other county administrators and city managers. They too are equally having significant challenges across the board. And so I know we do need to spend some time on this, likely as a board, and the timing is never good for a topic like this, because you really want to not necessarily be in a position to deal with the topic or have to deal with the topic, but it is what it is. It is something we have to address, and it's timely in the fact that we're kicking off and we'll kick off our fiscal year 23-24 budget season in late November, December. So it's certainly the pleasure of the board, but it may be whether it's at the November board meeting or in early December to have this conversation.
I think that's too late.
Or sooner. Again, it's a pleasure of the board and Mr. Chairman, whether that's a separate meeting of the board.
It's 4 members right here, so I already said it's too late. We're not going to solve it in one meeting, but we need to sit down and talk and know our options.
I think one of the distinctions, Mr. Chairman, might be in terms of timing is, are we expecting to sit down and have a robust conversation, or are we expecting staff to put together data and models and feedback? I think that's the distinction on timing. Mr. Whitlow, would you agree?
Yeah, I see this. Do you all remember about 3 months ago now, 4 months ago? This is where I see this going. We sat down and had a meeting with public safety and staff, and it was a very good meeting because we sat down, we didn't bring in no outsiders, it was just us, and we sat down and gave direction to staff, listened to what they had, and gave direction in which way to go. That's how I see this now. Not something huge, complicated. It's just us sitting down and talking about the problems that are before us. We're not going to figure it out. It took how long for it to get here? I can make a remark here and really get people excited, but I'll keep my mouth shut then. It won't get nobody excited. And it's not going to get fixed overnight. It took it. Well, but
Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, yes, sir.
Just a point of clarification for the citizens and the employees. So we just implemented, we'll call it our first phase of the pay study, which I thought was pretty good. We can always do better, and I want the most for our employees. I think all the employees know that. But that was just the first. As we move through budgets, next year's budget, we're trying to implement more of that compensation study. So maybe it would be beneficial if we really broke down the compensation study and what our plans are with that compensation study and put it out to all the employees in the county so they can see what our future plans are as we work through the budgets year to year. Maybe they think this is a one-time deal and it's going to be several years before they see another raise, but if we're going to work towards the fully doing the compensation study, they need to know that. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah. I think it's a lot of, exactly. We need to lay it cards right out on the table of where we're at.
What
I
we're
mean,
planning to do.
everybody said something there a while ago that it may be because we may need to do some restructuring. That's what Lori was talking about. That, you know, somebody might be doing 7 jobs and don't need to be doing that. I mean, we might need to do some restructuring. Well, we don't know what they are if we don't sit down and talk about it. Kim?
We may even need to consider actually polling our employees, do a survey, countywide survey, get some input from the employees. That way they know that they have a voice that's being heard and not just relying on, you know, going to their prospective department head or supervisor. But maybe we need to send out some type of a survey and find out what are their needs, what are their expectations from us as a county and as an employer. And let's make sure that we're meeting those basic needs for sure. But how can we go over and beyond to make this job even more, you know, appealing?
I think it's a consensus of the board and everybody. I mean, what we're talking about is what we need to be talking about in the board meeting, in the workshop. We got to keep this agenda going. I think in the next, say, 3 weeks or so, 4 weeks before.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that maybe we try to utilize one of those Monday work session dates that we kind of put in our schedule for flex time, rather than trying to squeeze it in an afternoon of a board day.
Can't do it in the board. We need that like we did in 2 or 3 weeks and sit down and have a talk like we did and put it together. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, then we will send out some dates then.
Yes, sir.
For the board and see what would work best, and
yes, sir.
And any feedback that the board may want to give as to the expectation in the work session in terms of, I've heard a lot of comments today. I know staff's taking notes today too as to what we can help prepare for. If there's any additional information, we'll certainly do that and schedule that work session.
Thank you. All right. Now, Mr. Carter, Sheriff's additional compensation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at the last meeting, it was requested of staff to bring forward additional compensation requests for our sheriff. So as has been discussed in the last item, we did implement a compensation study. That compensation study was for all county staff. What was not included in the study itself were constitutional officers, because they're not really county employees. They're set by the state, based on their pay, each office, and that is based on population. For the sheriff's office, some other factors. And so so because of that, the sheriff himself only received a 5% cost of living increase, which was the minimum for all employees, anybody in the county's payroll. And so the request is for an additional 5% added to that for the sheriff. And so that would be in total, including benefits, about a cost of $8,154 on an annualized basis. And that would be something that I know from that standpoint, the sheriff was the only constitutional office that did join the county's pay plan in year one. Certainly that's something we're going to try and improve on for next year. Of course, I know that the sheriff's office is moving toward national accreditation and things of that nature as well. So, but I believe all these things were for the board's consideration, so staff's bringing it forward. If at this point in time, we're 2 months into the fiscal year, really don't have vacancy savings yet. We don't have extra money. We spent everything for the compensation study. So short of board contingency, I don't have a pot of money to take from to fund this. I think based on the board's consideration, if you want to approve it, probably we'll look for some vacancy savings within the sheriff's office. Highly likely that that will be there, but if not, probably we'll look for some excess revenue as we get further along in the fiscal year. So not something necessarily the board needs to decide where to pay for it from, but just want to let you know that if it's an excess cost and we can't cover it in the existing sheriff's office budget, that may be something we look at. But for our entire budget, $8,000 is not going to be something significant for us to find. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions of the board or concerns on the request.
Any questions?
Ms. Smith?
Oh, thank you. Brian, for me personally, I would think that the sheriff's office is going to have vacancy savings because of the awareness that I have of numerous positions that have been vacated. That would be my initial preference. Is to look at the sheriff's office budget for vacancy savings, but otherwise I certainly support the request.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just have a couple comments that I'd like to make on this behalf. I think looking at the services provided by the sheriff and the sheriff's department to Franklin County, we are blessed to have the professional department that we do that serves this county. I know just last week I saw the trash pickup crew going through different neighborhoods, and just seeing them out and the citizens in the community, when they see this crew out there and they're picking up garbage and they do a wonderful job, it is really appreciated by the citizens and recognized. And there are other duties that they provide. I know this past weekend at the Ag Fair, the services that were provided down there, and not just from the citizens on patrol that were down there, but the deputies that were down there, but also the trustees that were down there. They worked, those men, and I wanted to tell the sheriff, those trustees you had down there were spot on. They were working their tails off. Yep. They were going around collecting garbage, cleaning up. We had an issue, my daughter had an issue with a generator. They were down there with Paul Chapman's staff working to help, and they end up bringing her, loaning her a generator from Parks and Rec. Paul's staff and the trustees that were down there were just helpful to everyone. And I think when we look at a pay raise, we often think, well, it's just more money, it's just more money. But I think that when we think of a pay raise, it's more than just more money. It is a recognition of that person's dedication and hard work to that career, to that community that is performed by that person. And that recognition should be shown, and should be shown that it's appreciated. And I think that this board needs to show that recognition and appreciation. I think with the pay study that we implemented this past year, we showed our employees that we appreciate their hard work and dedication. And I think in return, I think all the departments that received the benefits from this pay study, they saw a jump in morale. Because when you work hard at a career and someone tells you by showing, now I can tell you every day of the week, Brian, you're doing a super job. But until I really show you by putting my actions behind what I say, you really don't get the full grasp of it. But I think this year we took a step in the right direction. And I think the morale across the board, for the most part, has been improved. And I think we need to stay with that. And that's why I do support this move. I've been on the receiving end of that appreciation. And it does give you a giant boost in morale. It just makes you want to do a better job. And unfortunately, I've been on the other end of that situation, to where I have been, received negative input from an employer and received a pay cut. And I can tell you that that is a kick in the teeth and a kick in the stomach and demoralizing for an employee. And I do not want any of our employees to suffer that feeling. And so I support this. I think the sheriff should be applauded for his hard work and dedication to Franklin County, his staff, his department, as well as our other departments. When we get to talk about our ag fair in a little bit. I'm going to continue this conversation, but right now, Mr. Chairman, I do support this idea, this move, and I think that it's the least we can do to our sheriff to show that we recognize his hard work and dedication to the citizens of Franklin County.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo a lot of Mr. Tatum's comments. I too support this. We have a fully accredited sheriff's department, which he has continued to do. As Mr. Tatum said, he provides the county with free inmate workforce. He was one of the few constitutional departments that accepted the pay program, Evergreen, and he was very receptive and positive when we brought up using the SRO positions for possible code enforcement. And with that being said, I think it's in the best interest of this board to support this 5% increase. And I'm prepared to make a motion.
In just a moment. Anyone else? I too support this. I echo everything that's been said, and not only that, but this paper that we got in our Friday packet, where we have been, the board, not supporting our constitutional officers. This shows us that that's not true, that we have. And he's the only one that signed it and was willing to do it. And that's not the only reason I'm saying it, but I think the compensation, it's there, and we need to support the people that support and back us. And with that, I'm ready for your motion now, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion to approve the additional 5% increase to the sheriff's base pay as provided in this summary.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Dr. Cobbs, if you'll come forward, please, with an update on the school facilities project.
Thanks, Brian.
After that, Thanks, Brian.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Jason Williams, Director of Instruction, and Mr. Darrell Spencer, Construction Manager, will give an update.
I'm not the construction manager.
I'm sorry, Director of Operations, sorry about that. But before they come forth, we do have a couple of our board members. I would like to introduce them. We have Ms. Arlette Greer, Mr. John Achew, Mr. Jeff Worley, and we also have with us Mr. Terry, our Finance Director. So we have Mr. Williams and Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, Board. And we do have just a few updates on our facilities and some projects that are going on in the county, and I'll let Mr. Spencer start as he's going to talk about some of those projects.
Good afternoon. A couple of the first projects, once again, being Glade Hill and Sontag Elementary School cafeterias, the air conditioning for those. All the work is done except the 2 rooftop units. They're still back ordered. As Mr. Carter alluded to earlier, it's a matter of supply and demand and being able to get the actual units. The unit for Glade Hill is scheduled to ship next week on the 29th. And just last week, I received an update that Sontag's rooftop unit is going to be delayed until October 31st. So we'll see when those units can get here. The Burnt Chimney, Snow Creek secure entrances are basically finished. The punch list should be finished by next week, and those 2 projects will be, as I said, will be complete. Another smaller project is the handrails at the high school stadium. The contract is in the process of being reviewed, and that is scheduled to be finished towards the end of February. The next larger project is the middle school HVAC renovations. The design work on that is underway. We're expected to have the 65% drawings with a cost estimate to our school board in December. And at that point, I'm sure someone will bring that cost to you. And then, once again, I'm just hitting the high points here. The next large one is the career and technical. We have received proposals from architects and engineers. We have reviewed and ranked and made a recommendation to the school board last week, and that recommendation was Mosley Architects, and we're in the process now of negotiating a fee proposal for career and technical.
Thank you. Anybody got any questions for them? Thank you. Sir?
Couple of other things that I would like to highlight. First of all, at the middle school, we did have a chiller failure on the East Hall. So currently we have a rental unit that is in place at the East Hall in order to keep that building cool. That rental unit's sitting there at about a cost of about $9,000 per month. And so that'll probably be in place, one, either until we purchase a unit or the upgrades take place. One of the things that we're talking about is being able to purchase a new one to be able to have in place when the upgrades do take place at East Hall. So just to let you aware of that, that is happening there. Also, SRO update, just getting a lot of good feedback from our SROs. I wanted to give you two examples of things that I've heard over just the last few weeks. Several people have mentioned the Ag Fair. We had a person, not we, Sheriff's Office had a person down there each and every day of the Ag Fair when we had students there all day. And I overheard some students saying, gosh, I wish our SRO was here to keep us safe instead of a person that they didn't know. And so I thought that was interesting, that it just shows the relationship that the students and the trust that has been built between students and those officers. Also, I've heard from multiple principals, and I heard this week. At the beginning, our principal said, this is something new. I'm not sure how this is going to look. But she said, I just want you to know how much of an impact that the SRO has already made on our students, our staff, and our families. And so I thought that was powerful in just knowing that there is an impact that is being made. The impact is more than what we can probably measure before some type of a significant event could happen, but we're thankful for those men and women who are in place there, not only in just our elementary schools, but in all of our schools, secondary, middle school, and high school as well. Just also another update for you guys, because you have, it's something that you funded for the canneries. Just wanted to let you know that both of those new boilers are in place. They're working. Except for this morning, we had a failure at Callaway, so we had a mechanical failure. It is under warranty, and we're in the process of getting it fixed. So, you know, it's always a learning experience, and you take a few steps forward and learn a few things, and then you move forward. But also on that, not only are the boilers, but we also had the facility at Callaway has been painted, and the facility at Glade Hill is scheduled to be painted. So that was two of the big things that we were able to accomplish this year at those facilities. Questions for us?
Anybody got any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your update, Dr. Cobb.
Dr. Cobbs, may I ask Dr. Cobbs a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Bernice, how are you?
Good.
With regards to the CTE update, and by the way, thank you all so much for these updates. This is just exactly what we need to be doing, and it really is good dissemination of information. With regard to CTE, do you think it's possible? I've been talking with Mr. Whitlow about the potential at some point this fall to have a work session with the school board. But what I would really like to either work towards in a work session or either get is some type of benchmark update and outline as to what you all envision your steps for moving through especially after you get your A&E contract solidified, about your schematic, conceptual designs and so forth, and any of the methodologies that you all are going to employ in terms of working with community, et cetera, et cetera. I would just like to, and especially, I would like to get an idea of the work that's being done to look at current day CTE curriculum and what we're learning, and how is that going to impact what we deliver.
Right. Our hope is, and I'm glad that you are asking me or presenting that information, our hope is, and Chris and I have talked about what my hope is really right now my hope, and I hope it's Chris's hope as well, at least by December, thinking about the HVAC as well, is to have a joint session with both boards. I was hoping for November, but evidently that we will not be at the 65% point yet. But December, we're supposed to be at that point to have a joint session to come before both boards. That is what I would hope that we would be able to do, to not only discuss the HVAC, where we are, but also to be able to discuss the CTE and where we are with the compensation study.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cobbs.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take 10 minutes. Tosh, if you'll come forward, Director of Tourism. And at this time, on behalf of the board, and they'll have an opportunity to say it, but I want to thank not only Kevin. I know this is your first year doing this, and it seems to be you're going to have a hard time beating this next year. And so when you set the bar pretty high in the beginning, but not only to Kevin, but I want to thank all of our staff. I mean, Parks and Rec, they were out there. The Sheriff's Office, they were out there. And all of our staff, I mean, we've got people from every department in this county, schools, that was there everywhere. And then we had volunteers from the public out there. And this could not have been done without the cooperation and the help in the agricultural fields, everything. And yeah, buddy, you set the bar pretty high. See you beat it next year, big boy.
That's going to be the plan. Chairman Thompson and the rest of the members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity. A month ago, I was here telling you about what was going to happen at the fair. Just wanted to take a couple of moments to give you a recap. Most of you, all of you actually made it out to the fair. Hopefully you had a great time. But a couple of highlights right off the bat, record-breaking attendance numbers, and we'll get to a couple of those specifics a little bit later, but the most folks that have ever been to the fair over the course of 4 days were out there this weekend, so we were very excited about that. Also very excited about the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Right around 1,300 Franklin County Public School students were able to come out and enjoy our day program. They had a lot of fun. If you happened to drive by the recreation park there on 619, you would have been able to hear them in all of their excitement. And also, as we alluded to, I think this has built a solid foundation for future years. The fair had a lot of momentum, and then a little thing called COVID really shut things down for a couple of years, and we've built on that foundation that was already there, kind of firms it up, and I think we'll be heading in the right direction in future years. If you would kind of humor me, there's a couple of photos that I think kind of tells the story. First of all, with our opening ceremonies, we would like to thank first the members of the Board of Supervisors for coming out and helping us cut the ribbon, but also the Franklin County High School FFA, who are on site all week, the JROTC program, the Franklin County High School Band and Choir provided our national anthem. You also see some of the queens from our Franklin County Agricultural Fair pageant winners. Also, we want to appreciate Miss Mitchell and her family for coming out and doing the honors of cutting our ribbon as we dedicated this year's fair to Mr. Leland Mitchell. And if you were at the ribbon cutting, she is not in this picture, but we also want to thank Dixie, the cow, who also graced us with her presence there for the ribbon cutting. As we said, we had our queens who were there on site. Dixie. Her name was Dixie. There she is getting her photo op. But as you see our queens there, they were on site all weekend long at the fair, and they were raising money as they get ready to send Miss Franklin County Agricultural Fair Queen Michaela Sprouse to the Miss Virginia Agricultural Fair pageant in January. They did really great on their fundraiser, so that went a big way, but you saw a lot of those sashes and crowns along with those smiling faces. So we appreciate the directors of that pageant for a great pageant, but also for helping coordinate those efforts throughout the week. Also, we want to thank the good folks at the Virginia Cooperative Extension. You see a photo there of a full tent of competitive exhibits, and I'm happy to report Carol indicated they had 385 entries into the competitive exhibit. And as far as she knows, that is double the amount that they've ever had in the past. So we're looking to build on that for the future so folks can get started making all of those wonderful crafts, getting them ready for next year for the fair. Also, the Brinkley Midway was on site. This year we had 12 rides. We also had 2 of their game stands as well as 2 of their refreshment trucks. We also added on to that 7 of our local food trucks that carried a wide range of different food and beverage items. What I kind of gathered each and every night, a lot of them started to run out as we got to the end of the night, and I think that all of our food vendors were very happy as the weekend progressed on. As you see, lots of different activities for folks to be involved in. You see here the Southland Mobile Dairy showed how the milking of these dairy cows, and I believe that's Dixie there again in that photo, getting her picture taken. But also we had the Great Lakes Timber Show. They were on site. They were a fan favorite. We also had the Little Critters Petting Zoo back. We had a tractor pull on Friday night and as well as on Saturday. And if this works, and I think it may, this was the last race of the fair for the All-American Racing Pigs. And you can kind of see the excitement of folks there to watch these pigs kind of race around the track. These are the fastest pigs in the South, as they're dubbed.
No way, the purple pig come in for a big
They did all that for a cookie.
They did all of that for a Dollar Tree Oreo cookie, I think is what it is dubbed. But just to kind of put it in perspective, the gentleman that runs the All-American Racing Pigs does so at state fairs around the country. And he said that his last race on Friday night had more people watching it than he has ever had watch, even at the state fair level. So he was very excited. So our entertainers had a great weekend as well. Obviously, our Crooked Road stage, we had crowds there just to listen to the music just about every night. And we want to thank all of the bands that made the Crooked Road stage a huge success. And a lot of them are looking to come back again next year. Talking about those attendance numbers, there you see our daily attendance. As you see, they increase over the course of each night. Our total, if you add all 4 days up, was roughly 9,068 fair attendees over the course of 4 days. That's the first time that we broke through that 9,000 attendee mark, and we're going to look to build on that for next year. A couple of highlights there on Wednesday. That 734 is the highest we've ever had for an opening night, so we're very excited about that. And the 4,746 that we see there on Saturday was a single day record for the fair. So we are very proud of that number. So we'll have to look to maybe eclipse that 5,000 mark as we head into next year. Kind of taking a quick look at the financials. We took in approximately $77,000 in admission fees. This year we had $16,400 in sponsorships, and we do have some of our invoices that are still left to come in, but it looks like the admissions plus the sponsorship plus the Board of Supervisors seed funds that you guys so graciously provide us look like they will be able to cover the expenses for the fair this year, so we are happy to report that. And then moving forward, a couple of things, my vision for the fair as we go forward, increased citizen participation. That's in the competitive exhibits. We want to have to order more and more of those blue ribbons each and every year. Also, we want to see more agricultural exhibitions from our local agribusinesses. We're hoping to add things like sheep shearing and all the other different things so we can showcase that Franklin County has to offer. And also looking to add youth agricultural events that includes more input from our FFA, our 4-H, and get our youth involved in the agricultural side of the fair. Step 2 there, increased involvement by our local agribusiness operators, showcasing Franklin County farms, bringing them to the forefront in all of the offerings that they have, and again, including those local demonstrations, and again, showing it and having it be an advertisement for all of the local agribusinesses that we have in our community. And then the third there, which we have kind of alluded to the whole time, is the continued sustainable growth. That includes increased volunteer efforts as we have more folks coming to the fair. We need more volunteers. Also increasing sponsorship opportunities to our local businesses to get their name out there, but also to help financially with the fair, and also the possibility of infrastructure improvements to the fairgrounds as we head forward to possibly cut down on reoccurring costs that we have with the fair each year. At this point, I would like to take an opportunity. You've already hit some of the highlights, and I hopefully do not miss anyone, but would like to give a couple of thank yous for myself. First of all, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors for allowing us to have the fair each and every year. County staff from all departments, as you said, were all hands on deck over the course of the week at the fair. The Franklin County Agricultural Fair Committee and all of their hard work. Franklin County Parks and Recreations, some of the unsung heroes of the week. A lot of their efforts go unnoticed because you're just there to enjoy the fair, but they were on site with me each and every day, answering questions and providing a huge service. The Virginia Cooperative Extension, the Franklin County Public Safety, who was on site as well, the Franklin County Sheriff's Department, the Virginia Department of Health. Also want to thank Mr. Neil Holland. He was our amusement ride inspector, making sure that everything was safe for all of our participants. Teresa Tyree and her crew that helped get folks in and out of the parking area and make sure they were headed in the right direction. Ms. Reba Dillon for providing the cart services to get the ice to all of our vendors and all of the other different things that she provided. All of the volunteers, whether it be from the general public, county staff, and from Franklin County Public Schools. I also want to thank Franklin County Public Schools and their staff, as well as the FFA and Skills USA, and then most importantly, our sponsors who helped to make this possible. Great year at the fair, solid foundation as we look to move forward.
Thank you, Kevin. Any?
I just say, yeah.
Appreciate it. Now you've got a presentation on the State Tourism Grant Program.
We'll switch gears a little bit here.
Number 9 in your book.
So we're kind of going to be taking a look now at the American Rescue Plan Tourism Grant. This is an opportunity provided by the Virginia Tourism Corporation. Back in 2021, the Commonwealth of Virginia allocated $50 million to tourism relief efforts due to the impacts of COVID, and that $50 million was given to the Virginia Tourism Corporation, better known as the VTC. Franklin County's allotment of that $50 million is $120,000, and that allotment was determined and based on the locality's 2019 contribution to Virginia's state tax revenue. So that's how they came up with our figure of $120,000. Now, the eligible use of funds, as you guys very well know, based on your ARPA experience, does have to follow federal ARPA requirements. The expenses should be used to support economic recovery from the COVID pandemic, and the three overlying categories of eligible expenses include marketing tactics, marketing services, and tourism product development. The timeline for this project, the proposed spending plan has to be turned in and approved by VTC by December 30th of this year, and then we must commit to spending all funds and submitting appropriate reporting requirements by December the 31st of 2023. So the Franklin County Tourism ARPA plan that we're proposing to you today is a 4-phase plan. The $120,000 will be a good shot in the arm to the tourism efforts here in Franklin County, but it also kind of just provides that base layer that we need. Phase 1 will be data collection. That will get us the data and the information that we need to then move forward to the other phases. Phase 2 will be the creation of a Visit Franklin County sub-brand underneath the Franklin County, Virginia branding. That will also include Phase 3, which will be the creation of the promotional materials. We'll get to that a little bit later. And then Phase 4 will be implementation. So phase one, the data collection, this will include intensive market research. This is going to give us a better understanding of our current visitors that are coming to Franklin County, the better understanding of potential visitors who could be possibly have a desire to visit our area, and the habits that they have, whether it be spending habits and travel habits. That data will give us a good baseline on who we should be targeting, possible markets, and again, will kind of guide our marketing efforts as we move forward. Phase two, as we said, will be the creation of a unique tourism brand that incorporates that market research, but also will incorporate community and stakeholder input. If the community is not behind the brand, we all know that the brand will not be successful. So as I said, this will be a sub-brand that will allow for better marketing to specific visitor segments, demographics, and locations. So again, this brand, while it will be a sub-brand of the Franklin County brand, it will be very tourism-oriented. So phase three, the promotional material creation. This will include the creation of physical and digital marketing assets. Examples of this could include brand videos, photography work, rack cards, brochures, a wide range of different promotional materials that we can then use with the new brand to target those demographics and areas that we got from our data collection. And then phase four will be that implementation. So we'll take phases 1, 2, and 3, the information and assets that we gather there, and it will go into a reimagined and strategic marketing plan that effectively promotes Franklin County and a unique Franklin County experience that is, as it says there, authentic. The plan goals, this is the big part of this, the $120,000. When we were developing this plan in these 4 phases, our ultimate goal is to lay the groundwork for a sustainable tourism program that showcases Franklin County and the surrounding region as a desirable travel destination. This will in turn increase the local tax base. It's going to improve the quality of life for our current residents and create a better visitor experience. Kind of looking at the cost breakdown here, again, these numbers could shift depending upon the different quotes that we have come back. But tentatively, we're looking at phase 1, which was that market research, at roughly $55,000. We're looking at that phase 2, the creation of the sub-brand, at approximately $20,000. Phase 3, which is the creation of the digital and physical assets, at $25,000. And then the implementation in phase 4 at roughly $20,000, which again gets us to our goal of $120,000. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding this.
Anybody got any questions for Kevin?
All right. Just thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, this deadline by December 30th, do you think that'll be a problem, getting everything?
I don't think it'll be a problem. That's kind of why we didn't wait another month to October to get this going. We've got a lot of the groundwork already laid out for it. So if we're able to get approval today, we can then kind of expedite the process of getting it sent to VTC as quickly as possible. There are options. Once they get that proposal, that they can kind of send it back to us if something needs to be reworked. So we are looking to get a little bit of lead time and as much time as possible in case that's the conditions that they set forth.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Anyone?
just quick. Kevin, number 1, you are such a delight and such a breath of fresh air here in Franklin County and our staff. And I thank you for all that you're doing. Just knocking it out of the park, young man. I definitely applaud the work that you are doing, Beth and Amy. We are really starting to make some inroads in Franklin County's economic development platform as it relates to tourism and marketing. And I could not be more thrilled with the progress that's being made. And as one supervisor, I pledge to you that I will be a strong advocate to make sure you guys have the resources you need to continue this good work.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, we've got to take action on this. There is a couple examples there on the last page in number 9. I need a motion.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Make a motion to authorize the submission of the plan as presented to the VTC and to authorize the county administrator and county attorney to execute such documents as may be required for the submission.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote since it includes.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Tim Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Burnett.
I don't know who scheduled me after Kevin, but I don't appreciate it.
The bar is quite high, Mr.
It is
Burnett.
quite high.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what we have got in front of you today are some items related to the road network at Summit View Business Park. Since the project's inception, the plan has been to build these roads and turn them into the state system so they can be maintained by VDOT. So what we have in front of you today are, and I'm sorry about this, they're a little bit technical. We've got 5 items that we need to bring to the board today and hopefully get adopted. There's a lot of pieces of these projects that we can do administratively, but we do have some items that need board approval. So
It's my understanding we've got to do this one at a time.
Please. Yes, sir.
We'll make a vote after each one of your presentations, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Be easier to keep up with, Mr. Clerk.
So the first item on your list is an approval of an AEP subordination of rights agreement. What we have, a few years ago, the board approved a easement for AEP to put in their electric lines along the road in Commonwealth Parkway, which is the north access. You can see the yellow line there approximates their easement. As VDOT takes this road into the system, they require that the easement from AEP be subordinated to the county and VDOT so that VDOT can do maintenance and plowing as needed on the road. So what we would be looking at here, AEP is willing to do that. They've offered that subordination of rights agreement to the county and VDOT, and we would just need to approve accepting that subordination agreement.
Anybody got any questions in regards to this to Mike? All right, if you look in your book, each one of these is divided out, and there's some board action, motion to approve, motion to table, motion to deny. I'm open for any motions at this time.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the AEP subordination of rights agreement and authorize the county administrator and county attorney to execute any documents necessary to complete this transaction.
Second.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, next.
All right, item 2 is a Valley Star site easement agreement. What you can see here, if you follow my cursor, you have the Valley Star Credit Union building, administrative campus here at the south access. When they built their facility, as you can see, when they came down to this intersection with our south access road, they had a hillside that was here that kept them from having enough sight distance for people to come out, turn left, and go up to Route 220. As we did the D3 road segment and the Eagle site grading, we actually knocked that hillside down as part of the project. This allowed them to have the sight distance that they need so that they can make their turn outside of their intersection. One thing that VDOT does need from us and we need for Valley Star is to ensure that sight distance remains into the future. And so what we would be proposing is to do a deed of gift of the site easement. This would be this blue area on the map and then the actual surveyed area here outlined in blue. And all this would do is the property would still be ours. We would just promise in this agreement not to put in any structures or vegetation more than 3.5 feet tall, so that they make sure they have their site easements.
Anybody got any questions of Mike? You all remember when we did the ribbon cutting out there? I'm not gonna say every one of the board members for Valley Star, but I'm gonna say the majority of them come and said, when y'all gonna get that crossover? So, we need a motion.
Chairman, I make a motion. I make a motion to approve the deed of gift of site easement to Valley Star Credit Union to authorize the county administrator and county attorney to execute any documents necessary to complete the transaction.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
All right. Request number 3. This is a streetlights and sidewalk maintenance agreement. As VDOT takes in the roadways, they are only going to be taking in the actual travel lanes that we have within Commonwealth Parkway and the South Access Road. What we have on the inside of their right-of-way are multi-use trails. They're asphalt pavement that comes across here that people use as pedestrian and multi-use sidewalk. And then we also have the sidewalk that will be coming from here up to intersect with Brick Church Road. In addition, we have street lighting within the VDOT right-of-way all along Commonwealth Parkway, as well as the South Access and future D3 and Connector Road. These would be something that the county would continue to maintain. We already maintain the sidewalks. AEP is the one that actually owns and maintains the street lighting. And so what we would need to bring these two roads into the state system is for the county to agree to maintain those structures into the future.
Any questions on Mike? Need a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the sidewalk and streetlights maintenance agreement and to authorize the county administrator and county attorney to execute any documents necessary to complete the transaction.
Second.
You can take your choice. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? There was none. Number 4.
All right, we're almost done. So just 2 more. Request number 4, this is actually a pretty straightforward one. The South Access Road, which you see here in the green rectangle, is a segment of roadway that we would need to request VDOT to take into the system. We have gotten economic access funding for Commonwealth Parkway and the D3 road segment, which means that those 2 segments would actually be brought into the state system without being requested. But because the South Access did not have that funding, it does need to have a specific resolution requesting that be adopted. So you have that resolution within your packet. I also had a form that went along with that I handed out during the break.
Any questions of Burnett? Need a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the resolution as presented, requesting the inclusion of Pleasant Breeze Drive into the state highway system and to authorize the county administrator and county attorney to execute any documents necessary to complete the transaction.
Second.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No. Number 5.
All right, last one. So on the D3 road segment, we have Western Virginia Water Authority that has put in lines along the southern area of below the road. They are requesting a 30-foot easement for their water and sewer lines. You can see the survey in the box on the left-hand side that shows where that 30-foot easement would be. So we would be requesting that we award an easement to Western Virginia Water Authority for their utility line.
Any questions? They're not digging up the road, are they?
No, already there.
It didn't look like. All right, we need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the easement for the Western Virginia Water Authority as presented and to authorize the county administrator and the county attorney to execute any documents necessary to complete the transaction.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? There is none.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
When the time is appropriate?
Is anything else in regards to these motions?
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Burnett. We had the opportunity to go through numerous questions that I had yesterday. Moving forward, and I know, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Whitlow, that we're supposed to have a work session on Summit View Business Park. One of the things that I am very interested in seeing is going to be a financial update and some modeling, actually, that looks at the operating expenditures that we have incurred and are incurring on an annual basis at the park. My understanding is that at inception of the park, there wasn't really any projections being made about operating costs. And, you know, I learned yesterday this lease with AEP is $2,200 a month. Well, I never knew that. There's probably lots I don't know. And there are expenses that are going to continue to keep cropping up with this business park. And I would like to look at the financials from day one to current day to understand what the revenue workload is going to be for Summit View, because, you know, whenever you do a capital project like this, you envision having an ROI on these projects. And we don't have anything more out of that park right now than we had when the thing started, basically, or a little thereafter. We had 2 lateral transfers, and the Tea Company is still not here. Hopefully, we'll see them break ground next year. So I'm looking to give the citizens some comfort level of what we're spending, where we're spending it, and as we develop an ROI at the park, that we can communicate that back to the citizens. Because I'm understanding that the project is sitting at about $55 million now, and growing off of a $38 million initial investment. So I think it's time that we as a board get a handle and get some routine updating on having a financial component for Summit View as part of our budget reporting on a monthly basis.
We probably, I agree with that. We probably, the board changes, and some knows what's going on, some doesn't. And we need to have periodically updates, and maybe we can have one in our next, October meeting. We can stick it in. Can we have it in the October, November by the latest, maybe?
We can, Mr. Chairman. I think we had noted that we would be back to the board in a work session, a larger drill down with our economic development. And Beth had requested maybe that looking long-term, in November, December, wanted to make sure that the newly elected board member that gets seated would have that opportunity to get a drill down, because, you know, as we've noted,
November, December probably sounds good.
Yeah, because Mr. Mitchell and I have never even had that.
That's right.
And we're going into our 4th year.
Yeah.
Ronnie?
I have a question, Mr. Burnett.
Yes, sir.
The soccer field beside the produce, or the, not the produce auction, but the picnic shelter there?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't that about $900,000 to build?
I would go back and take a look at that and let you know for sure, but I'd say that's somewhere in the ballpark.
When do we plan on using that? Falls here, because people are asking, why did we build $1 million soccer field and we're not using it?
We have practice scheduled there right now.
Okay.
Hopefully you're seeing some activity there, like lots of evenings you're driving home. We have at least, I think there's 3 teams that are practicing there.
The specific question was getting the scoreboard up and actually having games there. So let me be specific.
Okay, games. Yeah, that was never intended. That's what, there's really not enough room for games. There's always gonna be a practice, mostly for practice fields. And so the game sites were supposed to be, gosh, I wish I had the conceptual plan here in front of me. It's supposed to be that there were gonna be 2 more game fields gonna be inside that walking track. And so we can we could schedule some games on there, but there's really, they have to be smaller in scale because there's not enough like seating for, you know, bleachers and that kind of thing. But yeah, we're at practices there, and it is being used. Yep.
I had to ask because I was asked.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Paul.
Yep, I'd be glad to share with you that conceptual plan for the rest of the park. And that kind
Okay.
of thing, so.
Thank you.
So we're gonna get that update scheduled in for Ms. Smith in November or December.
And Mr.
that's
Chairman,
gonna be-
with that in mind, are we going to be able to look at where we are with the business park as it relates to the original master plan? Because there are things in that master plan that I totally object to. And I'm wondering, are we going to have an opportunity to look critically at all aspects of Summit View when we have this work session?
We can.
Absolutely, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
We can.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thanks, Mike.
Thank you all.
Mr. Chapman, Director of Parks and Recreation, Smith Farm Multi-Use Trail Development. Attachment 11.
Right. Chairman, members of the board, yeah, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. This should be a fun topic to discuss. Last month, as you all remember, Ms. Reba Dillon presented a proposal about building some walking trails at the Smith Farm. And so, let's see here, let me get to this. I'm sure most of you are aware of the Smith Farm, but in case you haven't been there, it's located just on this side of Mountain Lake, just a short drive from Roanoke and Rocky Mount on the Blackwater side of the lake. Really, it's a great location. Here's a little bit closer view of the parcel here. The Smith Farm, it's called the Smith Farm because it was donated by Mr. James Smith. And it was a working farm, and it continues to be a lot
Mr.
of
Chapman, will
agriculture.
you pull that mic into you a little bit? There you go.
Yes, sir. Is that better?
That's better.
All right.
That's gooder.
Good.
More better?
More better.
All right.
Better.
Now I can hear myself, so it's a little bit odd for me, but I liked it better the other way.
Do like it then.
Yeah. All right, so the Smith Farm here is located right down Burnt Chimney Road, Lovely Valley, and Crafts Board. So I'm sure most of you all kind of know this location, but it's a great spot, and it's really unique in that most areas, especially around the lake, have been, as you can even see around here, all the parcels are much smaller. So this is one of the few parcels that are this big. In fact, this is just under 400 acres. It's 395 acres, and it's everything from open pastures to wooded areas. It's just really pretty. So what's special about this property, when it was donated by Mr. Smith to the Virginia Western Community College at that time, he put on different deed restrictions: recreational, educational, agricultural, forestry, those types of things. So in the course, the county purchased it in 2010. We had those deed restrictions stayed with it. So I guess it was around 2016 we started looking at about potentially developing into a recreational area, but we also, some advisors at that time said, gosh, you have a lot of, you might be able to get 2 for 1 for this thing. There's all these streams located on this, and you can get stream credits. Anytime a property is developed and impact a stream, you have to purchase stream credits, especially with Summit View and these other areas going on. There's a lot of value seen in that. And since that time, there's also been wetland credits, and then also nutrient credits that have also been identified. So this has been a really good thing for Franklin County, because we should be able to get 2 for 1. It should be able to provide us with and save us a lot of dollars on development at other sites, and it also should provide some potential for some future recreation as well. This is the plan we put together in 2016, just a conceptual, and it identified areas that could be developed within those deed restrictions. And this was mostly had some recreational amenities put in there. It'd be similar to like a Wade Park, a regional park, but it also had these green areas, or areas that would be preserved into conservation or mitigation banks. Some of the highlights of this park would be, there was going to be an equestrian center, special event venue, waterfront park, and also some campgrounds. But since that time, of course, we started with these stream credits, And we've also identified the value in wetland and nutrient credits. And so we have these mitigation banks. This, the orientation of this map is a little bit different. The other one was facing north to the alignment of the this parcel. Now this is north. This is the lake right over here. And the areas that are that are dashed here are essentially the mitigation bank. So essentially we can impact areas outside of that area. So the reason I bring that up is going back to Ms. Dillon's statement, and I think or request for building some walking trails. I think staff are very supportive of her proposal. Walking trails seem to be one of the biggest requests that we receive, and gosh, all these surveys that are done across the state and across the country, walking trails continually are one of the highest requests needs. So there's definitely a strong need for walking trails, and Ms. Dillon's was that she was going to organize the volunteer labor and construct this this trail. So it was a win as far as that was concerned. The one thing that is about impacting these stream banks or these mitigation banks. We want to make sure that we didn't inadvertently go on the right side of the tree when by just staying on the left side of the tree would have stayed outside of a mitigation bank. We don't really impact these mitigation banks because, gosh, they have already been used so far in the Glade Hill Fire and Rescue Station, Lake Watch Solid Waste Convenience Center, Sunview Business Park D3, and the Eagle Pad site, and plus tons of other future potential. So we want to make sure that we don't, accidentally go across this into one of these banks. So that would be our only recommendation, is that a survey be done. So we've contacted the surveyor, and they kind of depends, but it'd be roughly about $5,000 to $12,000 to do the survey to make sure that the trail wouldn't get inside that bank at all. There are a few options if you all did want to go forward with this. If you did, there's a rollover request for doing the survey work that could be funded that way. Ms. Dillon has also offered to pay for the survey work if that was a wish. But I guess overall, it's the question, coming to the board. At this point, we're not looking to break ground quite yet, just going into the planning stages now. There might be some additional permits or lease adjustments, that kind of thing, that would need to be done. But at this point, we want to see if, first off, if you all are okay with staff proceeding with this, and then also, plant a seed on how some survey funds would be taken care of.
Monty?
So, did I hear correctly that volunteers will be building the trails?
That's correct.
Maintenance, would that be your staff?
I'm sure we would assist, but that would be volunteers as well.
Okay. Because, your staff's pretty tapped out as it is. What's the closest park that you guys maintain? Would it be the beach?
It would probably be the Smell Lake Community Park beach. That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, through?
I'm done. Sorry, I was thinking.
Ms. Smith?
I've talked with Reba about this a lot, and I just want to commend her for her diligence. She's persevered with this project for a very long time, and I want to stand behind her and make sure that we're, as a county, that we're thinking about what our due diligence needs to look like. It makes me a little nervous when we think about ongoing maintenance on the backs of volunteers, even though well-intended. Volunteerism is waning here to begin with, and to make sure that we have a backup plan, whatever that may be, to make sure that this is properly maintained, with the wishes of Ms. Dillon and the people she's working with. I also want to remind the board that I'm in the process of also trying to complete the Westlake Trail, where we've got significant federal dollars already invested, and we've got $700 and some thousand sitting there now, and a FLAP grant that we're waiting word on. So there is a need for this type of amenity in this area, and then and we've got the Westlake Trail in our CIP. And I want to remind you of that because these two things, we need recreational amenities in this area of the county. We just don't have them. And I think that between these two projects, I'd like for the board to consider looking at these two things hand in hand, you know, about how one can complement the other.
Yes. Ever since I've been on the board, it's our biggest dream to develop a Smith Farm as far as recreation is concerned. And with this survey, we make sure we don't hit any nutrient or stream credits, correct?
Yes, sir.
I wholeheartedly support it because we've talked about this, we've kicked this can around for a long time. And we got somebody here, Ms. Dillon, who's willing to put up some of her money. Thank you so much for doing that and getting this started. But I think it's something we've been needing to do for several years. And I applaud you for it. And thank you so much for getting this started. I wholeheartedly support it.
Barb?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a great project, and I agree with what Tommy said, and I certainly thank Ms. Dillon. My concern is continued future maintenance and encroaching on these nutrient and stream bank things that are already in place, and how this trail is going to impact future recreational development down there too. I think we need to look at the big picture before we make a snap decision on this.
Ms. Mitchell, anything to add? I think that it's an excellent idea, and I think the next step is to go into the planning stages because there's a lot that's how we're going to finance it, how we're going to maintain it, and how we can do that, but it doesn't hurt anything. And I think that's what I was hearing the majority of the board say here, to go to the next step for planning and development. And I think Lori's request to incorporate both trails, or both projects, they should be looked at, and to go into the next stages to see what is next and where we stand. The involvement with the community is wonderful, and Ms. Dillon has made a gracious offer, and she's done a lot for this county.
Yeah.
I'd like to see this project go forward. Now, I heard what everybody said, and the next project is for planning and development. Madam Clerk, do you need a motion made with a second, or the consensus of the board?
Our rules allow us to do just a single motion without a second.
All right, we need a motion on this.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion. Proceed with initial planning for the potential construction of a multi-use trail on the Smith Farm.
Just to Smith Farm?
That's according to what's right here.
A second.
Roll call vote, please.
Before that, Mr. Chairman, the survey
Sir?
money, just want to clarify the survey money.
This is just for the next steps of where we're going from there.
Okay.
The money appropriation will come next after, when they come back with whatever the plan is for development.
All right.
I'll proceed. Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell? Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
All right, do we need a break, or we need to go on? We're running a little bit behind, but if we need a break,
I'm okay with that.
everybody says they're okay.
I'm good. Let's
Mr.
move on.
Ferguson. William, Mr. Ferguson, Director of Public Safety. Public Safety update.
Yeah, I know how, trying to figure out how to operate this.
Whole bunch of moo-moos out there.
Is that where we're all gonna meet to go swimming?
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Ms. Mitchell, I just want to let you know how much I miss Mr. Leland there. We talked about it every week, and just public safety officer condolences for Mr. Mitchell's passing. So first we'll go just talk about some brief updates with public safety here, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chief Ludeman here to go over some staff and models that we're looking at. So some of the things we recently did is last year, actually about 10 months ago, we partnered up with some adjoining localities and created the Blue Ridge Fire and EMS Academy. And so far we've graduated 14 graduates. And out of that 14, 13 of them are employed by Franklin County right now. So we went from having 7 vacancies about a year ago to having 3 folks now actually in the queue to be hired if we should have openings. So that's just been a godsend for us there, and we appreciate all the board's support on that. But I do want to let you know that once you complete this academy, there's still a field externship that you have to go through on the EMS side. And it has to do with the number of calls you run, the acuity of those calls and such. So you just don't graduate one night and get on a truck the next. And we're currently going through that process right now for Dr. Charles Lane, who's the operational medical director, be able to sign off on those folks, and we're making great progress there. So that's why when you're looking at the schedule, you may see 3 or 4 people on a truck. It's because they're getting their clinical externship through a field preceptor to be able to turn completely loose, to be called what we refer to as a attendant in charge. We've also onboarded Deputy Chief Ludeman, who came to us from Bedford County after retiring from Fairfax County, and he's hit the ground running and been awesome. And I just heard some of the board members earlier saying the good comments they had heard about Chief Ludeman. We've onboarded 3 operations lieutenants. We have 1 on each shift. They're currently running out of the Ferrum Station. That's where they lay their head at night when they get a chance. But they're all over the county supporting the operations. And we've onboarded 3 fire and EMS field staff positions. They're currently lay their head at the Westlake Station, but that's still fluid. It may be moved around as we kind of juggle the schedule, because it's still a fluid process right there. But all these have been a godsend to not only public safety, but to the citizens of Franklin County.
Mr. Chairman, before the next slide, can you go back one, Billy?
Yeah.
Can you talk about that last bullet point?
The onboard of 3 fire and EMS field staff positions.
Yeah, what is that?
That's the 3 additional folks that were hired. It's placed at 15 that we can utilize to fill spots when people are off or in part-time or training or the like.
So when somebody calls out, you rob that person from 15?
Correct.
I did not know that. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, we can move them into a position that cuts down on overtime, part-time. But that person is just at 15 is really a place to land and stay at night if they don't have anything else to fill. But traditionally, they'll go to another station. There's an open position from call-outs, from sick, from training, or whatever.
How often do you get to keep 3 people down there?
Well, like I said, we've just gotten into this. So right now, it's been pretty fluid. We've kept 3 people there probably 50%.
They're still going through their internship time, so we haven't experienced it yet.
A lot of these folks are still going through their time also. Good?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. It's just new to me. I didn't know that.
At the July board work session, we had quite a plethora of things we talked about, but I think 3 of the main topics was the volunteer grant program. If you'll know, the board set aside $50,000 last year, and we're in the process of collaboratively working with the Volunteer Fire Association and also the rescue captains to find out what the best utilization of this money can be. And we developed a draft application. It's been turned over to the Fire Association, and they're going through, and my understanding from speaking with the chair last night, that they're looking to bring that back to us fairly soon, and we're excited about that to move that program along. The other one was looking at an apparatus replacement pilot program. I'm happy to say that we started that last night. I met up there with it was 3 members of the Volunteer Fire Association. We looked at the trucks at Ferrum, then went over to Henry, I left between those two, but I think their plan was to move to Fort Mountain after that, and they're providing the scores for these trucks. We'll bring them back and feed them into an algorithm and be able to report back to the board on how that algorithm is looking here within probably the next board meeting. And also looked at an apparatus maintenance program to see how we can help out the volunteers with maintenance, because I think that is a huge cost that's associated to them. And we own the trucks, we be in the county, and I think that we need to look at picking up that maintenance on those trucks. And at the last work session, staff was instructed to gather 5 years of data and get some averages there, and that's what we're doing. We have gathered data for everybody except 2 departments, and we're waiting on those. They should be getting it to us fairly soon. So these 3 different topics are about 80% complete, so we should have some information to bring back to you at the next board meeting. Let's talk a little bit about the apparatus update. The next vehicle on the current rotation, which was developed in 2019, is a tanker for the Callaway Department. It's to be requested in the upcoming CIP. Staff has met with the Callaway leadership. We met on August 1st with Chief Webb and his vehicle committee, and they provided a copy of the specifications. And I did check on the cost today. The cost of that apparatus as desired is $636,487 if you purchase it today. If we prepay, we can knock that down to $620,440. And I'm in no way insinuating that I need a vote to purchase this truck today. I'm just trying to get the cost point across to everyone. This truck will increase 6.1% on November 1st, which will increase the cost of the truck to $677,859 before the prepaid discount. And if we prepay, we do get a discount off of that. And traditionally, these trucks have always increased February 1st, and that is anticipated again this year to have another increase. That's not a guarantee. It's not even said how much that may be, but it's highly anticipated. And the scary thing for me is, other than the cost, is the delivery time on this. Look at the delivery time is 24 to 28 months. So you wouldn't anticipate getting a truck till sometime late 2024 or 2025 if it was ordered. One other bump in the road for this is the organization preferred a Kenworth chassis, but Kenworth will not provide a price. And they said it could be 2025 before they will provide a price for their trucks. But it could be got on a Freightliner chassis. We did ask the question, if we ordered the truck, and we know when you order a truck, it's about 6 months before it even goes into production. So we did ask, if we ordered a truck as a Freightliner chassis and 3 months from now Kenworth became available, could we cancel that order and reorder the Kenworth? And the answer to that is yes, but there'll be increased cost, and it's cost to cancel the contract with that. And then the Kenworth will obviously be, or is anticipated to be more than the Freightliner chassis. But I will say again, the organizations preferred a Kenworth chassis. It's what the last ones we purchased. And that is on a Pierce truck is what we've got. Now there are other options out there that we haven't looked at yet.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This prepay thing, look like we're getting hit every way we turn to try to get us to order this machine. I mean, is this a normal standard? I mean, why do they give us a price and then say you got to prepay?
Well, the way I understand is basically with the prepay, they're building a truck with your money instead of building it with their money. So it saves some cost on that side. But we have always paid. The only truck recently we haven't prepaid for is the one at Ferrum.
Are we still looking at this about setting it up, I guess, on time or whatever, how you pronounce it?
The lease program?
Yes. Have we come to the conclusion it's better lease than not lease?
Well, I do know, I think I'll have to defer to maybe Mr. Carter, but I do know we have 3 leased apparatus now. We have 2 ladder trucks and an engine that are leased on the fire side, and we have 3 ambulances that are leased on the on the EMS side. I guess it would depend on how we are financially. You can lease it and pay yearly. I think it's $172,000 on 2 of the fire trucks and $112,000 on the other fire truck, but obviously you're paying quite a bit of interest in that. I know with the ambulances, if we could have paid straight out, we'd have bought 4 ambulances before we leased 3 for.
Oh, we can?
We could have when we did that in August of 2020.
And getting back to the chassis, what's the other chassis we can get besides Kenworth and Freightliner? Or is there any other option?
Well, there are other options out there. There are other manufacturers. Franklin County traditionally went to the Pierce several years ago. All the recent apparatus, probably at least 6 or 7 years, have been Pierce. Pierce is a good truck. It's proven to be a reliable truck, and we could probably get more than the recommended 20 years out of it, but there are other manufacturers out there that we may or may not could get at a cost savings. But from speaking to most of the manufacturers, we're still looking at the 25 to 28 month delivery date. I did speak to this vendor about, and these on what they call conventional chassis. I did talk to him about a custom chassis. A custom chassis is the manufacturer actually builds the chassis. So we order a Pierce custom chassis. They don't buy chassis from a local dealership and then put a truck on it. They build the entire vehicle except for the transmission and the engine. They said they could probably do that a little quicker, but it also adjusts the price up about $125,000.
Do we get more bang for the buck for a custom chassis?
I think custom chassis are probably safer. They're built on larger frame rails. The company does build them. One of the biggest things that personally, I think the benefit of a custom chassis is that when something happens, you've got one person to go to. Some of the deals we go through with ambulances now and fire trucks, and I'm sure my colleagues on the board that are on the volunteer departments, is if I get an ambulance or a fire engine and it's on a Kenworth chassis, or I get an ambulance on a Dodge chassis, when something starts happening, they start, all right, whose problem is it? Is it Dodge's or is it the ambulance manufacturers? And a lot of times you get hung out there in the middle on that, where when you have the custom chassis, you don't get that. I think one downfall to the custom chassis is the cost, and also the size of some of these trucks. And the older fire stations we have, is if they'll even fit in the building, because they're 4-door to start with. A lot of them have extended bumpers, which you can get flat bumpers on them. We have one of those out at Fort Mountain right now. So I think that's just an option we got to weigh. I think this department would probably be happy with either one, but traditionally we have went with custom chassis for engines and conventional chassis for tankers.
I can see where the custom chassis would be more bang for the buck. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Director Ferguson, did I hear you say a few minutes ago that this rotation vehicle replacement is based on the current schedule, not the one that's being worked on?
This Callaway truck is based on the current schedule. That is correct. They are going to go and survey the trucks at Callaway, but this is based on the 2019 schedule that was put together.
I would want to make sure from my perspective that this is falling in line with with the basis of what we're trying to do, what the board is trying to do. Would this tanker be up under what you're constructing now? Is it being evaluated with that same, leverage in mind?
It is being evaluated. We just haven't had a chance to get to that. Like I said, last night we went to Ferrum, Henry, and Fort Mountain. But yes, it is being evaluated by the committee that was put together by the Volunteer Fire Association to determine where this failed. But I think that before that was put out to them, the Callaway leadership had already worked with a vendor to get this information together, and that's why we're presenting it today.
Yeah, because, as you know with me, I just... I don't like the current rotation schedule because it's arbitrary. And so if we're getting ready to be asked to spend almost, $636,000, if it's not time for that tanker, under the way we're thinking that we're going to reset the apparatus schedule, then I wouldn't want that in front of me at this point.
Yes, ma'am. This tanker was not to be presented until this coming year, which we will start in October. Is CIP plan. Is where this vehicle was. The truck that was in this year's CIP was the Ferrum truck, which is currently on order.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So just looking ahead a little bit for FY 24-25, currently as we stand in the 2019 rotation, the next truck up is a Boones Mill tanker. We have no idea what the price would be on that at this time. I will say that the last tanker we purchased June 3rd of 2021 was the burnt chimney tanker, and it was $500,915, and that was before the discount. I think the discount was about $15,000 on there. And we sometimes forget that ambulances are needed too.
Have we got that tanker yet? The last?
No, that tanker is scheduled to be in here in October. The Snow Creek tanker and the burnt chimney tanker should be coming in about 2 weeks apart in October. And then the attack truck for Fork Mountain, which was totaled in the accident down there, will be in November. So we'll be getting 3 trucks in, and 2 of those have already been paid for. The Ferrum truck is the only one yet to be paid for. Snow Creek has been paid for, but they don't have it. Yeah, they have got theirs. Yeah, Snow Creek has got theirs, yeah.
Fork Mountain has theirs too, right?
Fork Mountain, no, Fork Mountain doesn't have their attack truck. So what we tend to forget sometimes is the ambulance size. So the next up in the rotation for ambulances will be the Scruggs Rescue Squad. Scruggs has never had a county purchase ambulance. They've always purchased their own. They did purchase their own here about 2 years ago, but I think they need to be in the rotation. We put them in the rotation. And this price, as of last week, was $348,453, and that's for the exact ambulance that we bought August of 2020 for $236,000. Again, it's a 900 to 960 day delivery on these vehicles. And I've checked with several manufacturers, and again, the problem is the chassis and the chips that go in the chassis. They just can't get them right now. I did talk to one board member prior to the meeting today, and I'm going to call back and follow up with the vendor to see if we can order our own chassis and ship it out there, and then when they can put it in a rotation, maybe we can get something a little bit quicker and follow up on that. And looking at this, one of the things that worries me is, probably by the time we go through this 900 to 960 day delivery, we're probably going to need a total of 3 ambulances, because we put a lot of miles on ambulances. Our benchmark now is 125,000 miles. Could we stretch that? Probably. We could probably go out to 150,000 miles, depending on, a variety of factors. But I know within this we'll need 3, if not more. So I think that's going to dedicate some more conversation between the board and public safety on how best to meet that goal. I know this is lots of money, and what's even scares me more than the money is the delivery time on these vehicles. So let me switch gears a little bit now to animal control, because that's also part of public safety. Okay, so both of our officers recently resigned to take another opportunity, and we were able to replace those officers fairly quickly. We had one gentleman that came to us from the Danville City Sheriff's Office, lives out in Chatham, but he's on board right now. Another gentleman came to us from Boones Mill, from the Boones Mill area. He worked in the private sector. He's also a volunteer firefighter over at Boones Mill. So we've got those folks on. They're out there working every day. One of the other exciting things we did that just up until recently, we had animal officer coverage Monday through Friday, and that was 8 to 4. So there was no coverage at night, none on weekends, none on holidays. Officers were on call and had to be called out for that. So if you called in on certain issues, say at 5 o'clock on Friday, you may not get an officer till 8 o'clock on Monday. So we work with that, talk to these officers, figure out, can we adjust some things and make it better for the citizens? And we brought these officers on, switched them from a 40-hour work week to a 28-day pay cycle, adjusted their coverage, and I've got 8 hours a day. It's actually 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. So now there's one officer instead of two, but that so far that's working real good, and they're out there 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then the day they work, they're also on call that night, but it's cut down on a lot of those night calls, because what we were seeing was these officers were getting off at 4 o'clock, and our citizens were getting home from work at 5:30 and needing animal control services. Well, we had to call them out, or maybe some we didn't call them out, but now they're already out there. So we see it's cutting down on some overtime also. And one of the things we had with the two officers resigning was obviously they had a good opportunity somewhere else, but one of the things they really expressed in their extra interviews is that they just didn't like the being on call all the time. So we have worked with some of that. I will let you know that I plan to ask for an additional animal control officer at the upcoming budget session, and our thought process for that is to bring that person in, put them on an 8 to 4 Monday through Friday, and then create a supervisory position within this, and even have this person fill in when somebody's off and stuff like that. So I think that's working real well. I know it's cut down on the calls our offices are getting, reference complaints and concerns, so that's helped a lot right there. The animal shelter, if you recall, in May, we had a couple folks that, one person that left employment to take another opportunity. We had one of our full-time folks is going through some health issues, is still going through those. It's got to be out for some surgery here in October, and we'll probably be out 2 to 4 weeks, 2 weeks out with the surgery recovering, and another 2 weeks on light duty. So we had to reduce our hours back to 16. We lost some of the trustees from the sheriff's office for a variety of reasons, and I think my brother, Major Sickman's back there. One of the things that we're seeing with trustees is the availability of them. I think Major Sickman gave a report here just a while back that Franklin County was housing 90 inmates up at a regional jail, and out of that 90, it was something like 60 of them were female. And then so that left you 30, and there was just a few to work with that would meet the requirements to be out in trustee status. And I've also learned, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that probation works has changed. It used to be if you had a probation violation, you may get some jail time for that, and most of those folks, it was just a minor bump in the road, and we could use them at the shelter for other things. And the way I understand now is you don't get significant jail time till you violated probation 3 times. The first time there's really no sentence. The second time it's 14 days. And then the third time it can be significant. And I will say that we really appreciate the sheriff's office working with us on that. It's just that they don't have the folks to send it. Did I get that pretty well? So we've got our staff back up there. We've got 3 folks back out there working right now, 1 full-time, 3 part-time, and we're happy to say that as of September 2022, we talked to those folks, we work with them, and we were able to adjust the schedules, and not only do we restore to the 22 hours, but now we're getting 25 hours out. So we've added 3 more hours to our times that the shelter is open, and we're looking for ways to even adjust it more to offer a better service to the citizens. And I think that if you compare the regional shelters around this area, you'll see that we're in the top third of hours open there. So with that, I'll entertain any questions you may have, and if not, I'm going to introduce Chief Ludeman to kind of talk to you about how we're using the lieutenants and those other 3 positions that Mr. Mitchell asked about. To
one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Director Ferguson, and thank you for this update. It's very, very good. I appreciate that. One thing that I just wanted to get on the record, and I don't know if you've been apprised of this or not, with respect to trying to get the maintenance costs from the various stations and so forth. In my district, of course, we've got Scruggs, and they've bought a lot of their apparatus over time. I want to make sure that, from my perspective, that you understand that they should not be excluded from a maintenance program simply because they bought the apparatus, because I strongly feel that what they've been able to do has taken increased burden off the taxpayers, and they should not be held in a punitive position because of that. So I wanted to make sure that you're aware of just my thinking on that, and just put it in the queue perhaps as you continue to work on that.
Yeah, that's a great comment, Ms. Smith, and we have, when we have corresponded out with the chiefs, it's been just, hey, send us your maintenance costs, your repair costs, or whatever, and they've sent it in, and sometimes the chiefs have called me and said, hey, this is everything. Some of them have said, well, we didn't include this. Some of them have gave me a broke down list of, and what I've done is just include whatever they sent me is what's included in the spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Next.
Chief?
Sure. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I promise I'll be brief, but I am happy to stand here in front of you today and report back some of the tremendous impact and the additional staff to the Department of Public Safety is making on our service delivery every day. First, I'll start with the 3 lieutenant positions who've been out on the street now for a couple weeks, 1 per shift. They're certainly making, I can't overemphasize the impact that they're having on our daily operation. And it's not just the operational oversight, it's also the additional administrative training and quality management oversight, ensuring that our people are out there in the street doing the right thing each and every day. As we progress and start to add some of the staff, the 7 recruits that just graduated have hit the street, and as Chief Ferguson alluded to, they're beginning their field training time, meeting some of those objectives set forth by our medical director. Usually about 2 to 3 weeks, we should probably have them ready to go, and looking forward to the month of October, we're looking at pretty much close to 100% staffing level on a daily basis. We have also filled 2 other vacancies with qualified firefighter paramedics, which is a pretty big accomplishment considering that's a rare breed. So with the addition of those 2 staff members to fill other vacancies, the additional 7 recruits, we're looking at 6 staff trucks with 2 supervisors on the street. I like to refer them to as our SMTs, our shift management teams. They've been enjoying it. I can't overemphasize the important role that lieutenant position is having on a daily basis, taking some of that workload off of the captain, spreading out, providing that additional supervision across the county is certainly, I've watched it played out, and it's certainly been nice as I've only been here for about a month and a half and still getting used to how things are operating. That certainly is assisting me greatly. So with that, talked about the 7 recruits, talked about filling the 2 other positions. Our staffing has looked pretty good over the last month. We did have a small bout with COVID that took us out, so we had a couple days where we may be a little short. But over the last couple weeks, our numbers are looking good. The strength in numbers certainly helped the morale. You mentioned, you talked earlier about the compensation and how that might help with recruitment, retention. I can assure you in my experience and from what I'm experiencing here in Franklin County, the strength in numbers is almost as equally as important to our folks when we share that workload. And I hit the street a lot. I make a lot of station visits, and the morale is up, and the people are excited about what we've added and what the future holds for our Department of Public Safety. So I promise I'd be brief, but if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Anybody? Ronnie?
Can I get you to talk a little bit more? Well, first of all, let me say this. I'm glad you're here. I've ran several calls with Chief Luderman, and very optimistic, and enjoyed working with him on the scenes I've been on, so I'll start with that. Can you talk about these 3 positions at 15?
Oh, yeah. So they were what was called the overhire positions, the 3 additional positions that were created to help fill those voids and those unexpected, maybe midday sick leave. We put them at 15 based on the workload, the call volume, the fact that we single pull between 2 apparatus at station 15. Certainly 3 people are better than 2, especially when you're staffing an engine company. So that's why we picked that station as where we were going to put them. So if there was no additional vacancy throughout the day that needed to be filled, we felt very comfortable and confident with having 3 people at that fire station based on the call volume, the turnaround time. We thought that was a good place to land the 3rd person. But if we get a vacancy that occurs throughout the day or that morning, then one of those individuals will be the first person that we select to go help fill that void to keep the other truck back in service.
Okay, so I'm giving you benefit of the doubt because you weren't here through all the budgets when we were approving those position lieutenants.
Right.
So don't take offense to my questions, please.
Sure.
How long have those 3 positions at 15 been in place?
As minimum staffing, not yet. Since the recruits graduated, 1 recruit went to each shift at 15, and they're currently doing their field training time. So we currently have not had 3 minimum staff positions. Does that make sense?
Okay, so like we're saying, those 3 positions, what, just started in the last couple of days, last week? Because didn't they graduate a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, September 1st. Was that when they graduated? Yeah, they graduated September 1st. 3 of the recruits, 1 went to each shift at station 15.
Okay.
They began their field training time. So we've had 3 bodies at 15, but only 2 minimum staff. They're the 3rd person completing their field training time. Once they complete that, the medical director signs off, then that's 3 positions working at 15, 1 of which can be used to help staff another truck if need be.
All right, so they're not able to be pulled away from 15 to staff a truck yet?
Not yet, but in the very near future. I'm expecting within the next week or 2. Because obviously 15, they get the call volume they need. We document that. We have a policy we follow. We put them through two phases.
All right, starting to add up makes sense to me now. So they're not able to leave 15 yet?
Correct.
Still, thank you for clarifying that, because since September 1st, we've had trucks out of service. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I was talking to Steve Sandy, you know, I don't keep my page on to monitor what y'all are doing. I keep the page on because I like to know what's going on in the family and the citizens and family, citizens, everybody in the county. I like to know what's going on, but there have been trucks out of service since they've graduated. So I'm glad you clarified that for me, because in the budget, these 3 positions you're talking about, anybody on this board, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told, or from what I remember, that we could use these 3 positions if available to staff and put a truck up at Snow Creek. Is that still the plan?
There was actually 2 of those recruit positions were slated for the Snow Creek position, in addition to the 3.
So but that would allow us to put a truck up, an ambulance, not a response vehicle. Your boss
yeah, I'm not privy to that.
And like I said, that's why you weren't here for the budget. So
yeah,
maybe Director Ferguson can
Mr.
elaborate.
Mitchell, we were allocated 2 full-time positions to go to Snow Creek, but it was still on a QRV, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, because Snow Creek, one is would have some staffing issues there, and the other is there's nowhere to accommodate. There's no showers, there's no sleeping quarters, nothing like that. So it was never the intent to put 24-hour staffing there.
I didn't say 24. I mean, I understand Snow Creek's staff for the daylight hours, but if I'm not being as good of a supervisor and paying enough attention during the budget, shame on me. I'm just trying to remember what I recollect. Just like the lieutenants, the days that trucks end up out of service, I apologize, Steve, but it's hard for me to sit here and, you know, and I don't want to be the Monday morning quarterback, but it was sold to the board that lieutenants, in the days that we've had trucks out of service, and we've had trucks out of service in the last month, lieutenants could fill the void until you get somebody to come in part-time or find somebody overtime to come in. And, you know, I'm a Rocky Mount native. I live in Rocky Mount. Medic 1-2 is my truck. And Snow Creek's just as important to me because my family lives in Snow Creek. And we still have trucks out of service. And it's, I wouldn't say on a daily basis, but we still have trucks out of service. I understand the troubles you're having, but once these 3 at 15 get cleared, do you anticipate us still seeing trucks out of service?
Well, I think there are times there would probably be trucks out of service because the 3 at 15 and the even if we staffed it with those and the lieutenants and the captains and myself, there has been days we've had 4 and 5 people out due to illness or training. We allow 2 people to be out on vacation a day, which we select in January of each year.
Right.
So I know it would cut down, but yes, I think there would be days you could see trucks out of service.
And in case I missed it, how many vacancies do you guys have right now?
We have 1 vacancy right now. We have 1, and we're waiting on a letter from HR to go out to fill another vacancy. So we have 2.
Okay, so technically 2 vacancies right now.
Well, one of them, a job's been offered and they've accepted. We just haven't gotten their letter yet.
So 1 vacancy.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to remember and wrap my head around everything I remember from budget, and all these people are in place now, and you know, I'm just,
Yes.
like I said, Keith, you weren't here for that, so I'm
Right.
giving you the benefit of the doubt, my friend, but just
We
bear
meet,
with me on this.
We meet on a regular basis, myself, the captains and lieutenants, trying to strategize on how we're going to do the best good for the biggest group of people. So we don't necessarily grab the lieutenant immediately to put him on a truck. There's a lot of different variables on time, where that truck is. The value that lieutenant provides and their response capabilities throughout the county, I find great value to that versus taking them immediately and putting them into a truck to keep it in service. Now, we are kind of, I don't want to use the word experimenting, but they hit the street. We're calculating what is the best way to provide our service delivery. But I could just tell you that having that lieutenant on the street, not being the first person to take to that truck, is right now the better way of doing business, is the way we're looking at that. However, there's been at least 4 or 5 times where that lieutenant's been taken out of service and put on a truck.
And that's great. I understand that.
Yeah.
Here's what you need to know.
Right.
To watch out for you. It was sold to this board
Mm-hmm.
that if a truck was out of service and lieutenant was able to get on that truck to keep the truck in service, that's what this board was told. I'm letting you know that. I think it's very important that you know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I think you're going to see probably, like I said, I looked at the October schedule today, and it looks great. The 7 recruits will have completed their field training time. The 2 new paramedic firefighters we just obtained will have completed their field training time. Just that additional staff there will have a tremendous impact to keeping trucks in service. And they know what the priorities are. And we're also keeping a close eye and making sure that our part-time employees are keeping up with their obligations as well to assist with that.
Okay.
So I can assure you, we're having staffing meetings on a daily basis, trying to maximize the best way we can do this.
And the goal is to still just have response 6 and service 12 hours a day.
Correct.
So there's no
Correct.
talks of having 2 people down there to respond to an ambulance during the day.
Not that I'm aware of, nope.
Okay. Thank you so
And we've
much.
identified the 2 individuals. Again, we're just waiting for staff to be put in place, and I would expect in the very near future that will be on a more regular basis. Yes.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, because of time, we're going to go into closed session now. Work everything in this later because we're going to be in closed session for a while. Our meals are here. Take them with us to closed session. We can spend. Are you prepared, Madam Clerk, to go into B75 for closed session or into the workroom in the administrative office?
We can go to either one.
Let's go to B75.
Ready?
Chairman, B75 will give us more room with the food.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A7, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific matters requiring legal advice. A29, discussion of terms of public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call?
Supervisor Janet Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Our meals are ready. Running over a little bit, but at the closed meeting, we're gonna have to go back after a while to finish our business.
You ready for me?
Mr. Tatum, will you read,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Janet Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Okay, we've got a couple matters of housekeeping that we're gonna have to take care of here. And Supervisor Smith has something to read, and we're gonna have to make a motion, rather.
That's right.
She's gonna make a motion, and then we'll move on that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with respect to some action that we need to take with regard to our Recreation Board, I would move that we amend the bylaws of the Recreation Commission to increase the number of board members from 8 to 10, consisting of 7 members appointed by electoral district and 3 members appointed at large.
Second.
We need a second. To explain what's going on, we had to do redistricting this year. Every 10 years, you have to redistrict. The state, in its infinite wisdom, we have to redistrict, and because of that, it really, the way you have to redistrict, it doesn't make any difference about your land or how big your district is. It depends upon that everybody is equal with the amount of people. And with that, it really has changed a couple things around. So in order to maintain our boards, our appointment boards that we have, we had to amend the bylaws, and that's what this is for. So, Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on this, please?
Do we have a second?
Yes, ma'am. Tim?
Thank you. Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Janet Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right. Do we have any appointments that we need to make? We do, don't we? We've got 2. We've got 2 for the RAC board.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to appoint Josh Gibson to the RAC board as an at-large member.
We have a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call vote just for records.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. And we have one more. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Reba? Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we appoint Reba Dillon as a representative on the RAC Commission in the at-large capacity.
Need a second?
Second.
We have a second. Let's do a roll call vote on that.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. I know that takes care of all our appointees, right? We're gonna do the Ag Board next time. And if Tommy's member don't, we'll move that one over from at large to,
Somebody, Ethan.
yeah. You got a call first on that, right? Okay, now we'll go into our public hearings and go into our evening meeting. Ms. Cooper, Director of Planning, to present. Lisa, if you'll come forward. Application number 1 is in John, Lord, you're gonna have to help me, Leonard? Leonard. All right.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We're here today to do a special use permit. The property is approximately 8.2 acres. It's zoned RE residential estates. It's located on Bellwood Lane in the Boone District. The tax parcel number is 0100004309. And what we're here to talk about today is a second dwelling on the property, and your future land use designation is going to be agricultural, forestry, rural, residential. I've already told you a little bit about the background, the amount of acres, what it's zoned. The property owner has a private drive off of Bellwood Lane. The property owner, the applicant, lives on this property full-time. He would like a second dwelling, and per our zoning ordinance, you can request a special use permit for a second dwelling for an immediate family member, and it's his sister. The proposed second dwelling will have its own private entrance from the other side of Bellwood Lane, and nearby parcels are a mixture of large lot residential uses, rural, wooded, and vacant lots. And the adjoining properties are also residential estates and A1 agricultural. I did want to let you know that prior to the public hearing for the Planning Commission, we had no comments. And at the Planning Commission, we also had no comments. We like to give you a vicinity map of where it's located in the county. This is an aerial view of the property. This is your zoning. You will see that most of the property surrounding this is RE, which is your residential estates, which is usually very large lots. You also have A1 across the parcel here and back here in the back. As I said, the future land use is agricultural, forestry, rural, residential. Here is a concept plan of the property. You'll notice there will have to be a new septic, so there's going to be a proposed septic and drain field around this location. The new home will be right here if approved with the special use permit, and this is the location of where the applicant lives right now. Also, they will be sharing the well. Basically, staff's analysis. The proposed second dwelling will be on this property. It requires a minimum size of 3+ acres, which he has. It's a large wooded area, a large lot with several undeveloped lots around it, and those lots are fairly large. The adding of the second dwelling for one immediate relative is something that we definitely support. It's not going to really affect the surrounding properties. the applicant is proposing to construct the second dwelling in the same materials as his existing dwelling. So that will be consistent with the rustic character of the area if you've been out there. I did want to also tell you that we do expect in the future land use, rural residential, having a second dwelling for an immediate family member on 8 acres, a little over 8 acres in this wooded area, would not have a detrimental effect on your surrounding properties, nor would it have an effect on your zoning district. So the comp plan would support this application. Planning Commission did they did recommend the special use permit with 6 conditions. The second family dwelling, the detached dwelling, shall be used and occupied by the applicant and property owner's immediate family. It's per sections 25202 of the Franklin County Code. In reference to condition 1, the applicant property owner shall reflect the use and occupancy in a deed to the property. The second single-family detached dwelling shall have its own address clearly visible and displayed on the dwelling for 911 emergencies. The address shall be posted so it's visible from Bellwood Lane as well as on the dwelling. The applicant property owner shall obtain all required permits from the Virginia Department of Health for the well, septic system, and drain field prior to the use or occupancy of the second dwelling. The applicant property owner shall obtain all required permits with the Franklin County Building Department prior to the use and occupancy of the second dwelling. And the proposed second single-family detached home shall be a type only permitted in the RE residential district, which is either a stick or site-built or a modular dwelling. I would be glad to answer any questions at this time.
Anyone have any? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Lisa. How are you?
I'm fine. How are
Good.
you doing?
Couple things.
Yes.
I'm noticing in the staff notes that the stormwater requirements are supposedly met on this property, and this is disturbance of 3 acres, correct? How are they meeting the stormwater?
The stormwater is the 3+ acres is what's required to have a second dwelling on the property. So what will happen is if this dwelling, more than likely, it's not going to disturb enough to, it's not going to disturb 10,000 square feet to require an ENS permit. It will probably require an in lieu of, which means you will still have to, the contractor will still have to put up the silk fence, will still have to maintain the silt on the site. But they will not have to do like a full-blown erosion settlement or stormwater because it should not trigger the acreage that requires stormwater.
That's what I was asking, yeah. And the other thing for the board, and Lisa, I would be interested in any feedback you may have. I'd like for us to consider a 7th condition to this application being, well, let me first say that obviously that we can do this under ordinance because it's a family member that would be in the second dwelling, correct?
Yes.
So if that should ever cease to be the case, I would like to see a condition that precludes short-term rentals of this facility if that status should ever change. Would that be appropriate, Lisa?
That would be up to you as board members. If that's a condition that's important to you, then yes, you could put a condition that short-term rentals are prohibited.
Okay. And I would ask my colleagues for your concurrence on that added condition.
I got a problem with saying up front that they can't do it. I don't want to take away that right. I don't want to take away that right from the property owner. I want to be able to come back to this board and ask for it. I just don't want it to arbitrarily be there and say you can't do that.
Well, I just had something just popped into my brain. It's RE, which is residential estates. At this point in time, the zoning ordinance does not allow short-term rentals. That doesn't mean that it cannot be changed in the future. So if it is a condition that you as a board would like to put on, it would still be justified. I just thought I should tell you up front that right now you could not have a short-term rental. in an RE district.
And I have not read that part of the ordinance, Lisa, so thank you.
Okay.
For sharing that. That's good.
Well, I almost forgot, sorry.
That's good. So it's precluded. Okay.
At this time.
Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question in reference to that condition about the deed where only a family member can live there. How does that carry forth in perpetuity when all these people die off? There's not going to be a family member to live there. What happens then? And it may be a question for the county attorney. Restricting the deed, I guess, is what I'm questioning.
The zoning, the requirements of the RE district with regard to having the second dwelling is that it has to be an immediate family member. Having it in the deed is superfluous. The bottom line is it can't be occupied unless it's occupied by an immediate family member. So if everybody dies off, then it'll sit empty.
I have a problem with that being one of the restrictions.
And if that is something that you and other board members would like to see removed as a condition, you can do that.
I don't have a problem with it from my point. Doesn't matter to me.
I kind of see what Mr. Carter's saying. I think, we have a housing shortage as it is. It's a shame if something happened and someone was to pass away, that you have a house sitting empty.
I think we're being, by putting that in there, you're restricting their ability to maybe sell it or in the future. Do you think that's correct, Jim? Or
What would probably need to happen is you would subdivide it off.
Right.
But if you leave that in the deed, you're going to have an interesting, I guess technically the next deed down, you could leave that condition out, but that seems to be putting a burden on a homeowner that you wouldn't necessarily have to put on.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. And the petitioner will probably tell you that he wants it to stay within the family, but
Well, we'll hear what he says.
Is it,
Is there even going to be a deed?
Pardon me?
Curious if there's even going to be a deed.
I'll be honest with you,
Being subdivided, you don't have anything to deed to.
Right, and I guess it would be subdivided if they wanted to.
So there's no deed until it's subdivided because there's nothing to sell.
Right, because right now, if the structure is built, it's going to be for his sister.
Right.
And he'll live in the main house. And who knows, I guess, who knows what's going to happen in 50 years.
we can take that out. You want to take that out when we make the motion?
We can wait and hear what the
Hear what they
applicant
got to
says.
say, yeah.
And I think, probably getting in the weeds a little bit here, but I don't want to put a condition on there that's going to hurt them down the road as far as resale and that sort of thing.
I agree. Is property on here?
Yes.
Right here. I believe I have the answers to your question. Okay.
What do you say?
Would you like me to approach?
All right, come.
Ladies, gentlemen, my name's John Leonard. The home is going to be built for my sister Bibi, who's in Montana right now. She's 70, and she just sold a bunch of land. She married the wrong guy. And anyway, she's coming back here. My other sister lives in Montgomery County, Maryland. And as you know, a person who lives in Montana and can live off the land and that type of thing doesn't want to live up there. So we decided we'd put her here. When our spirits leave this world, the plan is my son, I didn't know this, but she has no children. She had already willed everything she has to
Mr.
my
Leonard,
son.
will you speak into the mic, please?
She had already willed everything she has to my son Adam. So when our spirits leave, my son gets everything, and he, I'm hoping, will sell it, or when he keeps it, but he'll sell it to one of the grandchildren on my other sister's side. And it'll become a Leonard Wersinski home down here for them to go to your lake over there.
All right.
That's the plan.
Does that open any questions for Mr. Leonard?
It does. So you want us to leave that in as a condition, to have the deed restricted like that?
Quite frankly, we had talked when I first brought this up, they talked about surveying it and having a separate, I said, nay. What I want is that home will go with my home if and when this place is ever sold. They have to buy them both. And I wouldn't have any problem with you people keeping the family in it.
Well, if that's what you want, we'll leave it in.
Okay.
No, well, you want to make sure each generation has a place to go.
I think
That's
that
what
would
it
be the
boils down
nice
to.
thing to do, yeah.
Well, I have a farm like that, so I understand.
Pardon me, sir?
I said, I have a farm like that, been in the family since 1909. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But basically what you want to do is make sure it stays in the family through generation.
That would be the ideal scenario, yes.
Yes.
I didn't think I could control that once my spirit leaves here, but I figured Adam would take over. And I've already discussed it with him. He knows what to do.
Okay?
Any other questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. This statement applies to this public hearing and the other three as well. We're going to limit your comments to 3 minutes. There'll be a time limit on it, and at the end of that 3 minutes, your time will be up. Madam Clerk, will you call the first?
I have no speakers for this item.
Is there anyone here that would wish to speak to the Leonard application? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, go back into board session for what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I find that the use will not be of substantial detriment or to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow the second single-family detached dwelling with the 6 conditions recommended in the staff report.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call, please?
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Janet Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Ms. Cooper, if you'll come, and the application for Taylor Odell and Jeffrey Smith.
Thank you. This particular application, we have 2 special use permits that are being requested. So they need to be voted on separately. Would you like me to do both of the presentations
Just
all
do
at
one at
once?
a time.
Do one at a time.
It's easier to keep up with.
Just wanted to make sure. This application is for a special use permit for 2 acres on approximately 45-acre piece of property zoned A1. The address is 2430 Golden View Road. It's in the Union Hall District. The special use permit is to allow for a single-family detached dwelling to be converted into a duplex. The property's future land use designation is low-density residential. The proposed use would only take 2 acres of the 45-acre tract. Like I said before, it is zoned A1. The dwelling is 1-story single-family residence, which was built in 1938. This is the only dwelling located on the property. In addition, there is an existing barn and shed. The original structure consists of 2 bedrooms and 1 bath, and there is an addition that the previous owner did, adding 1 bedroom and 1 bath and an additional kitchen. Also note is there are separate entrances for the addition and the original structure. The nearby properties consist of single-family residence with mix of large, small, vacant, wooded, and open space lots, and the areas are zoned A1. If you will recall, in December of 2020, this board made a zoning amendment to allow duplexes in the A1 district with a special use permit. I did also, we'd like to show you a location. This is an aerial view of the property. If you notice on the aerial view, there is an area cut out here. This is the 2 acres that I'm talking about, and this is the whole track is the 45 acres. It is actually zoned agricultural rural residential, and to let you know, it was advertised correctly for the future land use map. There was just a typo at the beginning of the presentation. We also like to show you the zoning. It's zoned A1 and has A1 that surrounds it. We also like to give you a concept plan so you can tell this is the structure here. This is the barn that I was talking about, and the shed, or the 2 sheds. This is where the septic area is, and this is where the well is. There's already 2 driveways there. Staff analysis, the proposed use probably would be logical sense for a duplex because of the separate entrances. Allowing the applicant and owner to convert the existing building into an official duplex would require updating building permits that could be that would provide the property with what we call a clean bill of health. Basically, the addition, we could not find proper permits, so the building official there would, he would go in and make sure that it meets all of the building code regulations, and a building permit would have to be obtained. The SUP would only take the 2 acres, so the other 43 acres could be developed. It could still be used for agricultural purposes. The proposed use provides an alternative affordable housing that we need here in the county. The applicant does have 2 petitions, but you could approve both, or you could approve one or the other. They do not have to go together. They can stand on their own merit. And we did not have any individuals to speak at the Planning Commission public hearing. Also, to regards to the future land use, since it is agricultural, rural, residential, being in the A1 district, even though it is mostly agricultural, you would have different types of housing units. And having the duplex on just 2 acres of that property, we don't feel that would not be, it would be in substantial compliance with the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission did recommend approval for the special use permit with 5 conditions. The proposed use will be subject to the minimum lot size in Section 25-180A and the requirements in Section 25-188 of the Franklin County Code. You have to have at least 1 acre. He is going to have 2. Prior to the use and occupancy of this duplex, the applicant will have to, as I said, obtain building permits from the building department for the structure to come in full compliance under the building code. Prior to the use or occupancy of this duplex, the applicant owner shall obtain all required permits for well, septic system, and drain field from Virginia Department of Health. We do know that there was a 3-bedroom permit found, but we still want them to check if there's any other things that the health department needs. Both units of the duplex will have to have their own addresses, and it'll have to be visible and displayed for 911 purposes. No expansion or use associated with this duplex, further add-ons or driveways or parking shall encroach beyond the 2-acre parcel where the special use permit is applied. Any expansion beyond that will require them to come back to the Board of Supervisors. And I would be glad to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for
Excuse me.
Lisa? Anyone at all? Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Do they wish to speak? Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, I'll open the public hearing. Same announcement as before, time limit of 3 minutes. And is there anyone here that, Madam Clerk, do you have anybody signed up to speak?
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not have any speakers for this item.
Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to the Taylor Odell or Jeffrey Smith application? Seeing none, we'll go back into closed session. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion. I find that the requested special use permit will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent properties, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and the special use will be in harmony with the purpose of intent of the county code. The use is permitted by the right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move and recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow the conversion of a single-family detached dwelling into a duplex with the 5 conditions recommended by the Planning Commission.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell is absent for the vote. Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, Ms. Cooper. Application for special use permit for Taylor Odell and Jeffrey Smith.
Thank you. Excuse me, I have a tickle in my throat. I'm sorry, pardon me. It's the same property that we were discussing before. It'll still be just the 2 acres. This special use permit, however, is to allow short-term rentals of a dwelling. I won't go over all this again. You just approved it as a duplex. So the petitioner can talk to this of how he plans to use it, whether he plans to use it for short-term rentals or maybe long-term and short-term, or somebody will live full-term on one side, short-term on another. I'll let him speak to that. But it's still the same property, obviously. So if you don't mind, I'll just skip through unless y'all want me to stop.
Go ahead.
Basically, the proposed use would expand temporary lodging options for guests in Franklin County and be able to enjoy all of our amenities. In addition, the short-term rentals would continue to drive tourism to the county. The applicants, well, I've told you that before, that they're not bound together. You can approve one and not approve the other, or approve both of them. The SUP for the short-term rentals did not distinguish between single-family or multifamily. So the SUP of this dwelling, regardless of whether it's a duplex, which you just approved that, so it could be could be used as a duplex if they can meet all the building codes. The limits apply to both. So there's only 3 bedrooms. So the most guests that you would be able to have in this single family would be 6, whether it's a duplex or whether it would stay as a single family. The property, as I said, is surrounded by vacant land that is wooded and open. There are some single-family dwellings around the area. The property does have a state-maintained road, and staff or at the PC public hearing, there was no one to speak for this petition. As far as the future land use, designation that doesn't specifically talk to short-term rentals, but we do know that the comprehensive plan does have objectives and goals that they want to promote tourism in the area, and short-term rental is one way for us to have places for individuals to stay. So the comp plan would, in my opinion, support the short-term rental. And with that, the Planning Commission did recommend for the special use permit with 6 conditions. The first one is the special use permit authorizing the short-term rental can only apply to this dwelling. No additional dwellings on the property can be used for short-term rentals. If there is another one, then they would have to come back to the Board of Supervisors to get permission to be able to do that. The owner shall have to comply with all the regulations in the county code and the zoning ordinance, which is section 25-138, and the county code is 5.572. The owner shall have to provide a liability insurance covering $1 million. The owner shall have to register the short-term rental and shall have the property inspected in compliance with our county code regulations, and no short-term rental shall be authorized to be used until after the inspection takes place and the property is found to be compliant with all of our codes. Prior to using this property, the property owner shall provide documentation from the Virginia Department of Health that the septic system and drain field are approved for the proposed use of dwelling, which is 3 bedrooms. Prior to the use and occupancy of the short-term rental, the applicant and owner shall obtain all required building permits to bring the structure into full compliance with the Franklin County Building Code and zoning ordinance. And I would be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Anybody have any questions for Ms. Cooper? Cooper is the applicant here.
Yeah, and he might be able to speak.
Does the applicant wish to speak?
If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Is there any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, go back into the close the public hearing. Go back into board session. Okay, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion. I find that the request of special use permit will not be a substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose for proposed intent of the county code. The use is permitted by the right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for short-term tourist rental of the dwelling with the 6 conditions recommended by the Planning Commission.
Do we have a second?
We need to have a public hearing.
Did we do that?
No.
Did I?
No.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I jumped the gun on there. I'm going to stop for right there. We've got a motion on the floor, but I did not open the public hearing. So if there's anyone here that wishes to speak on this application of Taylor Odell and Jeffrey Smith, if you'll come forward, state your name, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Anyone at all? Seeing none, then I go back into closed session. Does that change anything? Anybody got any questions or comments? Is everything still the same? Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell is absent for the vote. Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Okay, Ms. Cooper, application for special use permit, application of Michael James applicant and Eric and Sherry Buck owners.
Thank you. This is a special use.
Got you some water over there if you want it.
Yeah, I think I've got some right here. Probably should bring it up here. It looks like I'm gonna have issues. This is for a special use permit located on 16.3 acres. The property is zoned A1. The property is located near the intersections of, is located on Scruggs Road and close to Lovely Valley Road. It's in the Gills Creek District. The special use permit is to allow a self-storage facility, and the future land use is low-density residential. We've discussed some of this. The property is located on Scruggs Road. It does not front on Lovely Valley. It is close to Lovely Valley intersection. It actually, the county operated waste recycling collection site is on the corner of Lovely Valley and Scruggs Road, and this property is right next door to that. It also is to the west and southwest is a subdivision, Montgomery Farms. The properties are zoned A1. There is a B2 general business across the street, which I think is a hardware store. The primary area of the proposed development will front on the front portion that runs along Scruggs Road. The proposed site will consist of climate control storage facilities, including partially enclosed structures for the storage of RVs, boats, and a potential office building in Building B on the concept plan. The background continued. We'll continue with the background. Before the public hearing for the Planning Commission, we started receiving some letters of opposition, and they should also be in your packet that the Planning Commission members received. Also, we had 12 people that spoke at the public hearing for the Planning Commission in opposition. So I'd like to summarize some of the issues that they had, and you could hear some of those this evening. And I think there has been other emails that were sent between the PC public hearing and today's public hearing. But we heard a lot of issues with lighting and noise, visibility, and the lack of buffering, potential hazards concerning the stormwater retention ponds, danger to children, possibly having mosquitoes, traffic along Scruggs Road the way it is now, the use of the old Farmhouse Drive, the private road. Since that time, the applicant has decided to not use that, and on the concept plan, I'll show where they would like to do some plantings so that you wouldn't be able to have access to that road. General, not compatible with the uses or the zoning district. We also heard that there were already too many storage facilities in the vicinity on both the Franklin and Bedford side. Also, a decrease in property values if the special use permit is approved. This is one of the items that you fast-tracked. The Board of Supervisors fast-tracked in August. That's why you're hearing it now. Had the PC meeting last week. The applicant, I'll show you some things after the meeting that they have done during this week to help with some of the views of the comments that they heard at the Planning Commission meeting, and they will probably speak to some of those in their presentation that they do to you, that they give to you. This is a vicinity map showing you where it is in the Gills Creek area. This is an aerial view of the property. Just to let you know, this is Montgomery Farms. This is the commercial building across the street. This is a single-family dwelling, and this is our the county's collection compact site. And of course, this is the property. And they would like to do the development in the opened area here. The property is zoned A1. And you can see the B2 across the street. The future land use designation is low-density residential. And this gives you a better view of Montgomery Farms, of the streets that are state maintained. They are state maintained, and that has since been changed on our GIS system. These are some renderings that we received late last night, and the applicant, I think, will talk to them when they come up to do their presentation, but I wanted to have them in the PowerPoint, plus we have them on the desktop if we need them. Just to give you an idea, and I'll let them explain the location of them in more detail. This is the newest concept plan, and we actually just received it probably 4:30 today. The engineer, they heard some of the concerns of the neighbors. So this is the access road that goes from Montgomery Farms. And more than likely it was put in because at one time, I think the developer of Montgomery Farms, Parcell and Ziegler, at one time might have wanted to purchase this land, maybe to extend the subdivision. There are also, VDOT has a regulation where you can stub out your existing subdivision in case it would connect to another one. But they heard the public didn't want people accessing this, so I'll let them talk about how they're going to do plantings so that you'll see it right here, so that you can't, because this is existing, so that you will not be able to access this road. The only access point will be here off of Scruggs Road. They can talk to this too. This is Canopy A, Canopy B. They will be open to the drive area here, but they will be enclosed on the backside so that you can't see the storage of RVs or boat trailers. These are the other facilities. And then building B is where the office possibly could go in, and it's marked right here. They do plan to keep the existing vegetation. One of the other things that you might hear from the public, but we heard from the public in the Planning Commission meeting, and they can speak to this, is instead of having 2 ponds that is on the concept plan that's in your packet, the engineer decided that he could do it 1 pond and put it in the fenced area of the development instead of having it on the outskirts where it was in your original concept plan. And the applicant can speak more to that, I'm sure, also. Staff analysis, basically, the proposed use is consistent with some of the recent post-pandemic uptick in residential and commercial development. The senior planner for my office would get phone calls from people that wanted to build storage facilities on their property before they had a primary residence. And we only allow that if you have a certain amount of acreage to be able to do that, and you have to be in a certain district, A1 in fact, and most of the districts in the residential area, you would not be able to do that without the primary structure. So he would get phone calls all the time of people looking to be able to store their belongings somewhere while their house was being constructed. With respect to some of the concerns that we started hearing before the public hearing, staff made some additional conditions onto this project, and also you will find out Planning Commission also made some additions to this SUP also. And I want to talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan because that will come up in probably some of the comments that you hear. So the comprehensive plan is low density residential, and yes, you usually do find subdivisions in residential areas. Usually the lot size, it's 1 to 2 dwellings per acre. In this case, because it has water, the size could go down to 15,000 square feet per acre. We did hear something, but I haven't been able to verify that the property does have some issues with perking. If it does, that could cause some problems of putting a subdivision there, but I was not able to prove that, but I just wanted to let you, I'm giving you some information from the comprehensive plan. We do like to see residential uses in low density residential, but we also have, we like to see traditional neighborhoods. And in traditional neighborhoods, sometimes you see services such as a self-storage facility, or you could see a park, a school, or other residential, other commercial uses like a retail establishment that's across the way. Self-storage facilities should cause less traffic than a regular retail business. So with that, the comprehensive plan really could, in my opinion, I can justify it as your long-range planner both ways. But I wanted to give you my opinion of what I thought to go along with the comprehensive plan in case you have any questions. The Planning Commission did approve the special use permit. However, it was 16 conditions, not 15. And I need to go through some of these conditions in case you want to make some additions to the conditions. The first one is the proposed use shall be developed in substantial conformance with the concept plan, Store Ease LLC. I didn't have time to go back and change the PowerPoint. The date of that plan would be today. So instead of July, I would like July 20th, 2022, and then revised with today's date, which would be September 20th, 2022. It still was done by the same engineer. Also, if you like the renderings, that you could add to that condition that the renderings would have to be similar to the ones that I briefly showed you and it's sheet number A0.1, A0.2, A0.3. And it was prepared by AKIA, their architects, and it was dated September 19th because we received those late yesterday. The buffer or the natural existing woodland shall be retained on the east side and rear of this use area. If any portion of the buffer is removed or no longer exists, a living screen shall be provided by the applicant and or owner consisting of evergreen trees to replenish that buffer. For the west boundary line of the property abutting Montgomery Farms subdivision, the applicant and or property owner shall install and maintain a 50-foot buffer of evergreens. The proposed buffer along Scruggs Road will have large trees to be installed and maintained along the fence line. And the plant material specified in section 2594B4, that gives a list of different types of trees. The Planning Commission, we had 2.5 feet. The Planning Commission said they had to be planted at least at 15 feet. Compliance with state regulations. All uses on the property shall have to comply with Virginia Department of Health. And this will be done at site plan approval, especially if they put the office in. The Virginia Department of Transportation, they will have to go through site plan review. And if you read in your staff report, VDOT is requiring them to do traffic analysis. And sorry, I didn't add that to the PowerPoint. They are requiring them to do traffic analysis for turn lanes, and also with site plan review, they have to do an analysis for the site distance. If you drive this road, there could be site distance issues. There has to be a report dealing with access management, dealing with the commercial property across the street. All this will be done at site plan review. This condition probably would need to be removed because, or it could be removed because they are putting plantings there. So I don't know that you would need a sign for Old Farmhouse Drive to be fenced and buffered with a access prohibited, because if there's trees planted there, you're not going to be able to get through. Structures intended for the storage of boats, trailers, and RVs in Canopy A and Canopy B shall be enclosed on all sides except for the side facing the interior of the facility and the rear entry point as shown on the submitted concept plan. The open side shall not be visible from any direction beyond the interior of the facility. No outside parking of stored vehicles, RVs, boats, and boat trailers. That was an addition that the Planning Commission added. The maximum height of the structure shall be limited to 20 feet. Signage on structure walls and fences shall be prohibited except for stated in number 6. If we get rid of number 6, we could, 9 could end at signage on structures and walls and fences shall be prohibited. That was another condition that the Planning Commission added. An office for off-site employees and self-storage facility related to retail may be constructed as part of Building B. For principal structures visibility from Scruggs Road, the applicant shall either make the fence along Scruggs Road of an opaque material and forest green color, or they could include the architectural features to soften the exterior appearance, and you will see that in the renderings, and they will go into detail with that. The applicant shall apply for and have approval of a sign permit showing the proposed sign criteria from section 25-156.10. That would be for their sign that would be out at the road. All lighting on the property shall be downcast and full cut off. Hours of operation shall be from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. This is another condition that the Planning Commission changed the time on. The proposed stormwater detention ponds shall have fencing around the ponds measuring a minimum of 8 feet in height. Since the stormwater ponds are in the area of the complex now, that could be a condition that you could remove, but it's up to you as the Board of Supervisors. And canopy space A and B shall be limited to RVs, boats, and boat trailers only. That was another condition that the Planning Commission put on. I would like to tell you that I know after the Planning Commission made their recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, staff was in contact with the applicants. They are going to be discussing some of the conditions that the Planning Commission has made and wanting to know if the Board of Supervisors might be willing to change them. I know they're going to talk to you about the height of the trees that need to be planted. I know they possibly could talk to you about the signage. They might be talking to you about the RV, boats, and boat trailers only being allowed in space A and B. And there may be one other, the hours of operation. They would like those to be adjusted. I know this is a lot of information in a long period of time, but I would be glad to answer any questions. And I do know that the applicant does have a presentation also.
Does anyone have any questions for Lisa? Seeing none, is the applicant here, Lisa?
Yes, they are here, and there may be several of them that need to speak, and I'm going to go back.
All of them need to speak?
Pardon me?
All of the applicants need to speak?
No, I think one's going to speak, but if she needs somebody to clarify something, they're here to come up.
Okay.
And
which one's going to speak?
Mrs. James.
Ma'am, will you come forward, please? State your name, address.
It's the new concept plan, and then these are the, if you want to use them on here, you can use them. Okay, sorry. No, you're fine. Let me move out of your way.
Jessica James, 9623 Airpoint.
Ma'am, will you speak into the mic, please?
Jessica James, 9623 Airpoint Drive, Bent Mountain, Virginia, 24059. I'm going to start by introducing the engineer and just let him explain some of the items you see on the screen before I go through my presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Chris Waller. I'm a civil engineer. My office is in Collinsville. I live at 5111 Remington Road in Roanoke, Virginia. And I was a member of, or a resident of Franklin County from 2010 to 2016. I've worked on many storage building facilities starting in approximately 2013 one in Franklin County in particular. I would say that the need for storage buildings is apparent. Many times construction is proposed and it has a limit, and before construction is finished, the need continues. I'm not a businessman, I'm an engineer, but I do see that in my line of work there for storage buildings. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this site here. I feel like Ms. Cooper did a great job introducing it. Here's Scruggs Road. Here is the County Refuse Center, and here is the adjoining subdivision. You can see down here in the bottom right the existing conditions. The site is predominantly barren on the Scruggs Road side with a large wooded area leading downhill to a branch. This is this blue line running here along the southern part of the property. We propose to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings and 2 associated canopies for storage, as shown in this layout here. I've looked at quite a bit of the proposed grading. The land lays well now, but adding long buildings in a flat nature certainly requires a bit of grading. And how the site will respond in different places as it's viewed from the adjoining properties and from Scruggs Road. I wanted you to know that here along Scruggs Road, that Canopy A sits up higher than Scruggs Road, approximately 8 feet. You get about right here where Canopy A meets Building A, you'll find that the building is at the level of Scruggs Road. And here, almost at the entrance, that the building is almost 8 foot below Scruggs Road. So along this stretch here, you have this varying height difference. And what we want to do, and what I've proposed to change from our original concept plan, is to pull the fence tighter to the building itself and to landscape adjacent to that fence. That makes a difference in all 3 scenarios, where the building is higher than the road, at the road, and lower than the road. And we'll do a good job to screen from commuters on Scruggs Road, where really the only thing they need to see is the entrance and the sign for the facility here. In terms of the entrance, I want you to know that I have done the left turn bay analysis, the right turn bay analysis. I have looked at intersection site distance, and I do believe that this entrance will be granted by right as a commercial entrance. Sure enough. And here I wanted to talk a bit about stormwater management. You see the relocated pond. There was some concerns. Originally, the pond was located here at the southwestern portion of the property. There's a large hollow that currently divides this site right along that western boundary line. Up here at Canopy A and Canopy B, we're filling that hollow in. Down here, this area downstream, same hollow, lended itself towards building a pond there. You use the natural grade from the hollow to build a berm and to use that, what Mother Nature has given you, to build a detention pond. In order to move that pond farther away from the residents, Montgomery Farms, we propose to build 1 pond located within the fenced-in area of the facility to remove, or at least distance, that pond as much as possible. In terms of mosquitoes, I indicated during the Planning Commission meeting that this pond will have approximately a 24-hour drawdown, meaning that a 10-year storm comes, in 24 hours it should be empty again after the storm stops. Water quality, per state standards, the site in a post-development condition will improve the pollutant levels to the downstream receiving channel. And this pond will at least reduce the pre-developed stormwater flow to about 80% in the post-developed condition. So all of these are improvements on stormwater, both in the amount of water and the quality of it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Again, looking at the buffer proposed, originally there was a 50-foot buffer situated directly against the property line. There were some concerns about, well, if you set the buffer directly in the bottom of a hollow and we're looking up at your storage facility, that it will not screen what we don't want to see. For that reason, again, I've moved the fence here and am proposing an evergreen screen of 25 foot wide at the top of the slope, meaning that these homes would look uphill through an evergreen row of trees above a fence and into the proposed facility. Green arbor arborvitae, and I believe there's a landscaper here who could speak better to this, grow at 2 to 3 feet per year. It should hide the site as much as possible in a very short time. If you have anything else that you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. That is the site from an engineering perspective.
Anyone got any questions? Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your entrance there, if you could go back, is that directly across from the hardware, or is it?
No, sir, I do not believe so. The hardware entrance is more here.
Okay.
It sure
I'm
is.
just curious, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Smith?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't claim to be an analyst for stormwater calculations. In the determination for the size of the stormwater pond, were you using calculations for the additional impervious space?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
That's being created? Is that part of the calculation?
It's the biggest driving force in it. It sure is. That impervious area drives up the quality and the quantity requirements. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, do you know that it was stated before that this property would not perk?
I have heard that myself, but I have no personal direct relation to it.
This is a closed hearing. I'm going to open it to the public later, sir. You're out of order. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. As I understand, and I first heard during the Planning Commission meeting that there is issues with the property perking. In that regard, in my thought process of, maybe a 6-bedroom house and the size of drain field that we were required for that versus a 1-employee restroom, the size and the requirement would be much less. And further, there are alternative, and more importantly, there are alternative septic systems that can be designed where land doesn't perk, that can still be used to discharge that septic on site. Yes, sir.
As far as I'm concerned, sir, you answered the question when you said, I don't know.
Okay. I understand.
Anybody else got any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am?
Thank you. My name is Jessica James, and my husband Michael is sitting directly behind me. We appreciate you engaging with us today. We are very familiar with the lake and its surrounding areas. My husband was born and raised here. I have spent 38 of my 40 years here as well. We have a home off of Lovely Valley Road and are currently building a home on Scruggs. I currently take care of my grandparents who live in Union Hall as well as my aunt. We have enjoyed watching the lake grow and evolve. We believe growth paves the way for opportunity for our schools, churches, local government, and community. Our 2 little boys have and will continue to benefit from all the lake and its surrounding areas have to offer them. We don't believe there is a better place to raise our children. Over the past year or so, several of our friends and acquaintances have mentioned a need for self-storage in the Scruggs area. Many of them reside in neighborhoods that don't allow additional sheds or garages, or they simply don't have sufficient land to accommodate more. Through my own research, I have learned that the local self-storage market is very healthy and certainly demanding additional facilities. However, this is a very large investment, and as you probably already know, 20% of business ventures fail in the first year and 50% within 5 years. Therefore, we chose to mitigate our risk by hiring a firm to evaluate the need for a self-storage facility on our prospective property. BKB Properties is a reputable firm that conducts feasibility studies in the self-storage market, focusing primarily on the East Coast. The study shows that the primary market is defined as being within a 9-mile radius with 8 primary competitors. These competitors are managed successfully and provide similar services, access, and security features to what we are proposing. The total self-storage market occupancy is approximately 97% currently, and the total RV and boat storage occupancy is approximately 95%. Specific examples of our competitors' availability are listed in the study that you should have in front of you. If you would like me to list current availability of studies such as bulk storage or all-size storage, please do not hesitate to ask. BKB Properties considers a market with occupancies higher than 80% to be undersupplied. In summary, the project has been positively recommended for development by BKB Properties. When conducting these studies, BKB considers several demographic factors as well, such as number of households, household income, population base, rented versus owned housing units, and housing vacancies. This data can be used to determine the existing self-storage demand and within a population, as well as forecast and identify important growth trends. Again, after gathering the above data, it was determined that our site is competitively positioned for RV, boat, and self-storage, and will likely serve tenants who reside in and directly around Smith Mountain Lake and Moneta. Last week, we listened to several members of the Montgomery Farms neighborhood speak about their concerns regarding the self-storage facility. We hope our responses adequately address those concerns. To ensure that the supervisors are apprised of such concerns, I will briefly review them now. There was concern regarding the need for a self-storage facility. I can assure you we shared the same apprehension at first and would not be here today if we felt any anxiety towards this endeavor. There was a concern or mention of spot zoning. We are not spot zoning. There is commercial property across the street as well as a dump station next door. Commercial endeavors are allowed by right and with a special use permit within an A1 district. It's important to note that the storage facility will be very quiet and handsome, as you can see in the rendering. Agricultural and forestry activities could and probably would produce more noise, odors, and other effects that the neighborhood would have to tolerate. We have entertained ideas brought before us that do not require special use permits, such as a mobile home park, dog kennel, or a tree nursery combined with a tree stump grinding operation. Michael and I feel a storage facility will enhance the community more than the previously mentioned options and provide a convenience to the neighborhood and community while also providing significant revenue to Franklin County. I believe there is a misconception that this facility will be, for the lack of a better word, trashy. It is my hope that after you view the rendering, you realize its handsome stature, as you will not be able to see anything that is being stored. We travel Scruggs often and can promise you we only wish to enhance it. Residential value was a topic of last week's meeting. Self-storage is quiet, contained use with limited access hours, providing a good buffer between the existing residential area and the transfer station. In relation to the permitted by right uses allowed now, which might include a chicken farm or mulching station, self-storage is a viable alternative which preserves the existing value of the surrounding residential area. If the board would look at homes nearby other storage facilities in the county, you will notice that residential values have risen comparably or equally, perhaps even higher rates than other homes. Why? Because self-storage is a fantastically convenient and quiet neighbor. As you can see in the rendering, the concern about use of the rear gate has been excuse me, right here, in this area here. As you can see in the rendering, the concern about use of the rear gate has been completely alleviated with fencing. We do ask that we be permitted to install a 5-foot gate for foot traffic to maintain the grounds. Regarding the detention ponds that Chris spoke about, I'll remind everyone that they will be fenced as well. It's important to keep in mind that these detention ponds, as he stated, are not made to hold water for prolonged periods of time. The light pollution concern was remediated by our agreement to install all downcast full cutoff lighting. There will be no light pollution into the neighborhood at all. The new entrance off Scruggs will be designed and permitted in accordance with VDOT's regulations and specifications to keep everyone in the community safe. The entire facility will be fenced, as you can see. We appreciate the conditions set forth by the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors last week. We agree with your requirements, but have a few amendments for you to consider. It is my understanding that these amendments were emailed to you. Our requests for changes are as follows. Condition 9 states signage on structure walls shall be prohibited. we would request approval to have a sign on the office building, which is Building B, and potentially one structure that faces Scruggs Road. We would like clarification on condition 11 as it relates to condition 4. We question the necessity of implementing both a buffer consisting of large trees as well as decorative fence and nice facade. In condition 4, we are being asked to create a buffer out of large deciduous trees along the fence line fronting Scruggs Road. As the trees are intended to act as a buffer and would hide any fence and structure, we propose a chain link fence with a decorative gate. On the other hand, if the board would prefer a decorative fence and nice facade, we request that the board remove the condition for a tree buffer along Scruggs Road, as the trees would hide the attractive fencing and facade. Condition 14 states operating hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Some members of the community will require earlier access to retrieve their boats, trailers, or local business items between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. We ask that the operating hours be amended to 6 a.m. We are perfectly fine closing at 9 p.m. Condition 16 limits the canopy spaces to RVs, boats, and boat trailers. In earlier discussions, we agreed to enclose all sides of the canopy except that which faces the interior of the facility. Our intentions with enclosing all 3 sides except what is facing the interior was to block the view of all canopy storage. With the agreement of the enclosed sides, we ask that we are not limited to what can be stored in the enclosed spaces. The facility needs to be able to serve all members of the community and their needs. The final amendment relates to condition 4, which states a tree height requirement of 15 feet at planting. And I have Ashby here with Southern Landscape Group to speak on that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ashby Perro. I'm a landscape professional with Southern Landscape Group. Been in landscaping and construction for nearly 20 years now, and I'm a Virginia certified horticulturalist as well. I'm here to speak specifically to the height requirement of the trees put forth by the Planning Commission. I think a 15-foot height is unrealistic due to a number of reasons. One being just a nationwide shortage of nursery stock of that size. Also, just given the viability of specimens that large and in the number that are required by the conceptual plan, I just see the trees being unsuccessful because of the size, and therefore causing an ongoing maintenance issue for the Jameses and for the site itself. I think that starting with a smaller, more viable container-grown specimen is going to just yield better results. It's going to yield a better look moving forward and just a better long-term solution from a landscaping perspective. Do you guys have any questions for me on that?
Is any questions for?
I just have one. What would the growth rate be on your suggested landscaping buffer?
I'm suggesting, for a green giant arborvitae, starting size to be closer to 6 to 8 feet tall. Typical growth rate on a tree like that, once it's established, is going to be up to 3 feet a season. So
to a total height of what?
They will eventually grow to 20 to 25 feet tall.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ma'am, do you have anyone else who wishes to speak to your project?
I don't think so.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, hearing that, we'll go into our public hearing. There will be a 3-minute time limit put on it. For each one, you come forward, please state your name, your address for the record, and we'll hear what you got to say. Madam Clerk, who's your first person?
Dempsey Moore.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Dempsey Moore, Chief of Scruggs Fire and Rescue. I live in the Scruggs area. I'm here to say I oppose it fully. there's been several statements made that nobody wants to live on Scruggs Road. Well, I just bought 2 acres, or 2 lots, which is 2 acres, adjacent to this property. And I'm planning on building close to $1 million house there. So that statement was completely wrong. She made out of character. My wife and I purchased this land after researching, you know, that's all could go in that area is dwellings. I knew of Brownies up there. The only place in there it's a business. I don't want to live in an area that's got a business in it. And that's what this is going to be, a business. The lady was up here just now talking about they could put a stump grinding place in there. Well, that's been tried before in that area. You know, it has to be passed and everything. You know, that to me, that's just threatening us with putting something there that's going to be worse. And as far as I don't know the lady that's the chairman of the planning and zoning. She stood up here and made false statements in a closed session, saying that there's no rules about what can be built on that property. And she had to be corrected by whoever was the secretary that day, that there is on the planning and zoning. She said that the land wouldn't perk because someone stood up in the audience and said, well, I've heard that the land don't perk. Well, everything around there is perked. My lot right down the road from it is approved for a 4-bedroom. And he said he could do a 6 if I wanted it. So that statement should have been, she shouldn't have said that before the vote, because she stood up in the room and said, well, it won't perk, so it's no use to try to build houses there. To me, I don't know if that influenced somebody's vote or if it already made its mind up to vote or what. The 3 reasons I have, it's not conforming to development rules that the board has set. It would devalue our property, the noise and the light pollution. The light pollution, we were told that, well, we're going to aim the lights down. Well, every parking lot in this county, the lights are aimed down. It's the reflection of the lights is what makes the light pollution. And there were some comments made about the noise of the dumpsters, that we'd have to listen to it. Well, there's very little noise from the dumpsters because those dumpsters are slid up on the back of trucks and hauled off. You have to be up there to hear them doing when they're compacting. During the meeting with the planning committee, the chairperson acted like she was just, and I don't, she may be here, I don't know her.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Melanie Moore.
My name is Melanie Moore, and I am Dempsey Moore's wife. We live at 125 Douglas Drive. We have a nice, beautiful house on Smith Mountain Lake. We've decided to move off of Smith Mountain Lake for reasons, and we bought a lot in Montgomery Farms, thinking, you know, this is going to be perfect. We're going to build a nice high-end house here. We're going to build a pool, and we're going to be happy to live out the rest of our days here. But that's probably not going to happen because I don't want to live beside a storage facility. So, you know, where does it stop? That being said, I do want to live on Scruggs Road. I don't mind, you know, the traffic is okay. I mean, we have a lot of traffic, but that's not going to be a problem. Like I said, my pool's going to be in the backyard. That's where I want to be. I don't want to look at the storage facility over here. Now, some of the other things that I had said before, I just want to say that I won't build a house there now. It will devalue what I've spent for the land, but I think I'll take the hit. I'll stay in my nice house on Smith Mountain Lake. One of the things that I did research after hearing about this detention pond was that it does not help water quality because it leaves before it can sink into the soil. So it doesn't increase the water quality, it actually decreases it. I did research on detention ponds, and that was one of the things they said. As you can imagine, if it leaves the pond in 24 hours, how much can that actual, you know, that actual dirt do? Okay.
as far as a 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., they said for local businesses to retrieve their belongings. That tells me this is contractors who are parking their belongings there. We had it that so that nothing would be seen out in front. It all had to go behind. And they said that was okay. But now they're asking that they can park anything in front of those buildings and not everything go behind. So if you need, you said local businesses. I mean, that's what you said. I wrote it down, local businesses. So what are we going to park there? Construction vehicles? You also say that you might have a building that would have storage retail. So that's a retail building. Storage retail has to be retail, right? If you're gonna have some place that sells retail, and they're calling it storage retail, I don't know what that is, but it's got to be some place where you buy things. Every other retail is, right? So I don't know about that. And these were things that I just wrote down as I was listening to their comments. So I don't know, but that's what I have to say. I just want to ask, where does it stop? And the overlay plan is in Westlake, not on Scruggs Road.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk.
Evans Goodwin.
My name's Evans Goodwin, and I live at 127 Montgomery Farms Avenue. The staff summary with recommendation for approval was dated August 25th. The notice to adjoining property owners was dated and mailed August the 24th, processed by the postal system in Greensboro August the 25th, and we did not receive it until the 6th. That's why in the first report made by the staff, there was no comment because we were not informed of the project until after the staff had recommended it. There's something wrong about this process. When we went before the Planning Commission, we were told we had 3 minutes to speak and we were not to repeat what other owners had already said. If the Commission is going to make a drastic change in our lives and certainly lower our property values, the members should have to listen to every single thing that every owner has to say. The applicant's got a lot of time. A special use permit in this instance is nothing but spot zoning. There's nothing commercial from Lakewood Forest Road to Blue Water Road except Brownies, which was probably there before zoning and has a very low impact. So if it's okay to put this project right beside us, it's okay to put it beside Boardwalk, next door to Emerald Bay. Windmere has a promising site. How about Buck Run? And if it's okay to put it right beside us, it's okay to put it beside every other residential subdivision in the county. And what happens to us will be used to justify others asking to do the same thing. This project is Zone A1 agricultural with future land use to be designated low-density residential. It's absolutely non-conforming. How could anyone think of approving this project? From a safety and common sense point of view, this isn't a good place to put a commercial venture that would have somewhere between 150 and 200 units. From Westlake, you come over a hill and can't see the property before you get to the top of the hill. Coming from the other side, you come through a blind curve and past Lowly Valley, the convenience center, and the proposed project. Will there be turn lanes on each side of the road with enough length and width to accommodate safely recreational vehicles, boat trailers, and equipment supplies? That's not in the plan. There are 29 houses and families in this subdivision and a number of lots to build on. But those homes that you just heard from, one of them, may not be built there. We all bought homes here because it's a quiet, peaceful place and safe for our families to live. Our children can cross the street without worry. It's a community. The zoning staff and the Planning Commission were created to prevent situations like this from happening, and yet they have placed the plans of the two applicants above the lives and families of 29 families. If this project is approved, I can't really see a reason to have a Planning Commission with a zoning staff. We don't want to look out our back doors and see a storage facility. We don't want the lights at night, even if they are looking down. We don't want the noise of the traffic in and out of the facility day and night. We don't want to hear noise every time one of these units is opened and closed. We don't want the dust raised every time someone enters and leaves the project. We don't want people who don't live in our community wandering around looking in our backyards. Home values have increased everywhere, but it is inevitable that our homes will be less desirable if this project is approved next door. And there are plenty of other places for this project.
Thank you, sir.
That's my 3 minutes.
Madam Clerk, any more?
Phyllis Goodwin.
My name is Phyllis Robinette Goodwin, and I also live at 127 Montgomery Farms Avenue. When we bought this property, it was in a residential neighborhood that was zoned to agricultural and also was planning on being a densely residential property. We did not want to be near commercial properties because we wanted to live our retirement out in a community neighborhood setting, which is what we had. We did not know that this situation was going to occur. We thought we were equal, that someone coming in wanting a business would not have a higher priority than people who have bought, lived there, been citizens, volunteers for the community. We didn't think that, but apparently from this whole process up, that's what it's been. We didn't get our notice until after the staff summary was made and the recommendation was that it be approved. We did not know that there had been all these changes that had been discussed with the applicants before we came for the comment hearing for the Planning Commission. So we didn't know what the new recommendations were. We had not been informed. So how are we to give appropriate comments? Because some of the recommended changes, we didn't know what. So how could we focus with that? Also, I wanted to read. I'm not related to real estate. I just know that is definitely going to increase. Who wants to move into a neighborhood and live in a neighborhood that has a long chain link fence with all that going on? I looked at, and I was so relieved to see a letter that James Colby, who was a prior Gills Creek commissioner, wrote to the Eagle, which is the newspaper for Smith Mountain Lake. And in that he said, the development will add measurably to the current traffic issues presented by the Wayside and the Lovely Valley intersection. Additionally, there are potential water pollution problems, visual affront to all Scruggs travelers, and it also raises the question concerning appropriateness of locating such a development adjacent to an established neighborhood. More significantly, this development would set a precedent for other commercial developments along Scruggs Road. Currently, Scruggs serves primarily as the major access to many residential developments. The subject parcel is shown as future low-density residential in the county's comprehensive plan. It is currently zoned for agriculture use. Now, he apparently has a lot of experience with zoning and a lot of experience with property, and that's his assessment of it. That's not mine. Also, when we had the comment period before zoning, someone came who was a real estate agent, and he said, I'm an assessor. I know that property. He said it's spot zoning, and it will devaluate these people's property, and there's no way around it. Who wants to move into that environment, and who wants to bring their children into that environment? And we feel totally betrayed. Totally betrayed. And that's all I have to say. I hope it is enough.
David Caldwell.
Thank you, Gal. I'm David Caldwell. I live at 68 Wagon Watch Lane, which is one of the properties that is adjacent to the proposed development. Could I ask that we bring up the planning? Is that okay to use that visual aid?
You got 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, let me. There we go. Okay. That's it. Yeah. Okay. I just want to first point out that my disappointment in your planners. They obviously came to the meeting last week with their minds made up. Whatever they've talked about beforehand, they had absolutely zero questions for any of us that spoke last week. That shows a complete lack of respect for us and our rights as the actual property owners, as the person that owns the property in question did not even feel the need to speak last week. The only dissent was our own district's planner, who could not actually make the meeting, but not a single word was spoken in our defense the entire night. Whatever conditions you've put forth in this, there is no code or condition enforcement officer or staff member that would be on site to enforce any of these said conditions, just like there is for the whole rest of the entire county of Franklin. There's no one there to make sure everything happens as it should happen. There's no one there to make sure timelines stay as they should happen. Who knows when this starts? Maybe it takes 3 times as long as they said it might take. The renderings, which we didn't have last week, apparently were provided. They don't show the entire property. They show that the land is a perfectly flat piece of property, which it is not. All of our backyards, if you look at the on the slope right here, all of our yards here, this is all downhill. This entire area is a valley. It is the lowest point on that entire property. That is at least about 30 feet below my house. You plant trees that are 6 to 8 feet, which take 1 to 3 years to establish themselves before they start growing to that 2 to 3 feet a year, will never, ever cover the buildings that would be built here. He said himself that they will grow maybe 25 feet. Virginia is in a housing shortage, like the rest of the country. Virginia is 200,000 homes short of what we need right now. We don't need more rental facilities. We need houses. This is perfectly acceptable. This could be subdivided up, whether it perks or not. It's very easy to determine whether it does or not perk. We could, if that was an actual fact, it should have been brought forth, not assumed by the planners, as it was stated by 2 different planners that it has been noted and it was just accepted as a fact. That just shows, again, a lack of respect and due diligence on the planner's part. The homeowner himself could have been farming this land ever since he bought it. It could be used for hay. He has water access to the Southwest Virginia water. He could have been doing this since he had it. Would have been a great source of income. It would have been a proper use of the land. They could be haying it as we speak. There is no need. There's been no demonstrated need for this. I have an actual quote from a University of Richmond Law Review. It is called Conditional Zoning in Virginia. The burden of proof is on the applicant to demonstrate by a preponderance of the evidence that the literal application of the ordinance to his or her property will result in unnecessary hardship.
Thank you, sir.
Nicole Caldwell.
My name is Nicole Colwell. I live at 68 Wagon Watch Lane in Montgomery Farms. We are lot 39, which is what he was just talking about, which is right here. Some of my comments, I wasn't aware that things have changed, so I'm sorry if it goes against it. But we have lived in this home since 2013. Our property is one of the properties that is heavily impacted by this commercial project, as the facility is directly in our backyard. My husband and I have a 3-year-old, a newborn that will be arriving in 9 weeks, and 2 corgis. I expressed my concerns last week to the planning committee regarding the safety of being in my own backyard, as well as our home going down in value, though they had no interest in hearing from the residents whose lives will be forever changed by this project, and only set conditions. I will express my concerns regarding that matter. One of the conditions is to have 15-foot evergreen trees planted off our property line. I'm a little confused because I'm not sure if these are going to be 15-foot and these as well. So this condition is something that I would agree with if it did get approved. I asked, though, when would this happen? What if the construction begins, the economy takes a tank, they run out of money, and this construction zone just comes to a complete halt? We now have to look at a construction zone, and it also poses safety issues. When will a fence be put up? How will this keep children from wandering off their property line into a construction zone, or kids simply playing in the neighborhood? I feel that this project would have to begin with planting of the trees, adding the fence first before even breaking ground, since this commercial property is connected to residential backyards, and our children are at risk of injury or death. Even if this project gets approved with all these conditions, this commercial facility does not fit on the land they are wanting to purchase. If the applicants think this facility will not cause safety issues, or in fact will increase our home values, like they stated, why didn't they purchase one of the numerous lots for sale in our neighborhood? They could just walk from their backyard to their business, let their kids play beside it, but yet they chose to build a house elsewhere, and the residents of Montgomery Farms are the ones that will have their lives changed and financial investments destroyed by a project on land not intended for this use that they in fact do not own yet. I ask you, would you want this directly in your backyard? How is this facility beneficial for anyone residing in Montgomery Farms neighborhood or surrounding area? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't have any additional speakers.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak in regards to the Taylor? Come forward, sir. State your name for the record and your address, please.
Good evening. My name's Neil Strong. I live at 68 North Point Lane, Moneta, Virginia. First of all, I'd like to thank you all, the Board of Supervisors, for your service to our county. We do appreciate that. I'm here tonight to speak against the special use permit. Several of us are here tonight are not residents of Montgomery Farm, but live several miles down Scruggs Road. We currently enjoy the prominent agricultural residential venues along Scruggs and do not desire the character of our area to become commercial. Scruggs is a very busy rural road with many single-family buildings or homes being built every year. In other words, it's getting busier every year. We currently have a great industrial park in the county where maybe a structure like this would be more appropriate. Also, it seems like there are other properties in the county that would be more appropriate for a commercial undertaking like this. We understand the need for flexibility and progress in our county. However, there are other current and new sites for a business like this. Perhaps one on a less busy road. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Someone else? I thought I saw another hand. Yes. Come forward, sir.
My name is Harris Ferguson. I live on Booker T. Washington Highway in Works, Virginia. I first want to clear the air. Last week at the Planning Commission meeting, I did state that I thought the property did not perk well. That was my belief. I have since been corrected. I have since seen the preliminary soil work that was done on the property. It does have a couple of issues on a couple of portions of it, but it probably could be suited for septic. So I just want to get that straight before we went any further. I was born and raised here in Franklin County, and I've been a realtor now for 36 years, since 1986, and I've witnessed many changes in Franklin County. Tonight, you consider what I feel is a positive change. I support the proposed project. I feel that lake growth and development justify its construction. The feasibility study paid for by the Jameses echoes that fact. As you may know, most existing lake subdivision properties are limited in size and have deed restrictions against any accessory buildings that would provide suitable storage space for one's business accoutrements, recreational vehicles, and stuff in general. This fact creates that demand. It is a demand that I have witnessed firsthand in helping clients find a suitable property for a personal garage. And that was mentioned earlier that it wasn't provided a provision in your current zoning rules. If you have 5 acres and don't have a house, then you can build a personal garage, they call it. So this is kind of, that would facilitate any end. I feel the location is suitable. It adjoins the Scruggs trash dumpster facility and is across the road from a 2.97 acre parcel that is zoned B2, which is Brownie's, general business. I feel certain that property was zoned B2. It does not have any proffers regarding its future use. Understand that Brownie's Auto Parts is currently for sale, so you could see something different there. Today, using Scruggs Road is a hodgepodge mixture of uses from 122 to its end. Today, using the current Franklin County GIS map, I started at Route 834, Brooks Mill Road, and clicked on each parcel that fronted on Scruggs Road, and I counted, let me see, I lost my place. There were...
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak to this project?
My name's Lisa Leitz. I live at 84 Dillon Cabin Road in Montgomery Farms, and I'll keep this short. I continue to have concerns about the buffer, not even adjoining my property, but adjoining the properties on Wagon Watch, which Mr. Caldwell already spoke to. I do think this is incompatible. When we purchased this home, you know, this is the biggest investment we have in our lives. This is it. You know, I just have concerns about enforcement as well. And who's to say they can't just change the hours to whatever they want once they open? What's going to happen then? I just feel like there are plenty of properties that are vacant along 122 that would be more fitting and appropriate. I don't think a 5-mile down the road difference is going to make that much of a difference regarding this project or storage. So that's all I'm going to say. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak to this project? Come forward, sir.
Hello, my name is Robert Haler. We live at 38 Watch Hill Circle, Moneta. I have a question more than a statement. So it's been mentioned earlier that this application, this process, was fast-tracked. And I wonder if could the board share, is it possible you guys could share, what were the reasons for it being fast-tracked?
We don't know, sir.
Has that been published anywhere?
Sir, we don't answer questions at this meeting.
But so it's not been published anywhere either, what the reasons were why it was fast-tracked? Anywhere where someone could look it up?
I'm not aware of where that would be published. Madam Clerk, is it on the website?
You can look at the YouTube video. The meetings are live streamed, so you can look at the last meeting where that was fast-tracked.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to this project?
My name is John Anderson. I live at 48 Watch Hill Circle, a few miles away up Scruggs Road. I'm concerned about the amount of traffic on Scruggs Road and particularly where the gate is located. It's been my experience. I own a boat. I have a trailer for it. I keep it at a storage facility. And I know that when I'm towing the boat to and from the facility, that swinging the boat in and out of the traffic stream is something that takes a lot of planning. I'm also very familiar with this location. There's a very sharp corner here where the transfer facility is, and traffic coming around that corner and encountering a vehicle with a trailer waiting to get into this facility is going to be a hazard. I noticed that the amount of turn space is very limited. So when a vehicle pulls up, there's going to be a gated access. You're going to have a time delay for the gate to open, which means that the likelihood of traffic being stopped on the road is a real threat. In the other direction, you've got a rise, as you know, that comes as you're coming up from 122. And I think there's going to be traffic problems in both directions. I don't think the gate area is deep enough to accommodate even a single vehicle, much less a vehicle with a boat or a trailer in tow. My second concern is that the facility itself is it's an industrial setting, and we're talking about a road that is largely residential. And I, for one, would like to encourage the board to keep the residential nature of this area and not approve this storage facility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Come forward.
Hello, my name is Jason Hodnett. I live at 94 Montgomery Farms Avenue. I'm adamantly opposed to this project for multiple reasons, but the first one is it basically goes against the comp plan and the Westlake Halesford area plan 100%. Right at the edge of Lake Arrowwood Forest is where the Westlake Halesford plan ends. Everything before that on Scruggs Road is commercial, and that is per the plan that you guys have followed and been working on for years now. In 2016, I attended many of the meetings discussing that plan, was very excited as a business owner and as a person in this community with 2 small children growing up, where I plan on residing for many, many, many more years. Even within the Westlake Village Overlay District, it recommends on your website, this input was developed in a community-wide plan to enhance the area and make sure that the future growth was well thought out and coordinated. Spot zoning is not well thought out and it's not coordinated. This is a project that does not fit within the neighborhood, within the plan, or with anything else that this board has been working towards to help develop our community, help it grow. You guys have started adding, industrial districts, but at the front of Scruggs Road, there's commercial property there. There's a lot of acres for sale. A lot of acres I'm sure the owners would subdivide from 50 down to 16 to house a project just like this. So I would hope and encourage your vote of no on this project and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else here wish to speak to this project?
Hi, my name is Karen Nunn. I'm a resident at 183 Montgomery Farms Avenue. I live and work in the community, have children that have grown up in Montgomery Farms and gone to the public school to which I work. A lot of what's been said is the timeline. That is disturbing, very disturbing for such an important project for our community that we really should allow more time, if nothing else, table it, or, my opinion, oppose it. The integrity, like was been talked about, as the community and character of our county and our community. There was things about the amenities of the community on previous motions for other properties that they could rent. They would have amenities of the community. Tourism would not be negatively affected. I believe that tourism would be negatively affected by having a business such as that right on our roads in our communities. Another disturbing thing that I took away from last week's meeting was the buyer beware state. One of the planning board members indicated that, well, kind of laughed it off. Well, it's a buyer beware state. You don't really know what the zoning law is. It's an A1. You can get an excuse to put something else there. I find that I really, really hope that you take the time to think about us as a small community. We don't have we're a working class community, not many of us. I'm thankful for some of our community members being retired and having the time that I haven't had working to look this up and research it in such a short timeline. Like was said, we got it on August 25th, or August 24th was what the mailing was postmarked, and August 25th. The first meeting was last week, and today's the second meeting because it was fast track, and we don't know why. We don't have a lot of information. Again, I'm very thankful for such wonderful community members that have done a lot of research and care about our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak to this project? Anyone at all? I want to give everybody ample time. Anyone else wish to speak to this project?
My name is John Leitz, and I live at 1310 Dudley Amos Road in Moneta. That is not in Montgomery County, or Montgomery Farms. But my daughter-in-law was up here a little bit earlier, and they live at 84 Dillon Cabin. My wife and I are the owners of the property. And the reason we had that home built, which we did in 2013, was because we could not find anything for our two grandchildren, 9 and 4 at the time, that was like a subdivision where kids can play, ride their bikes, be safe, get to have children to play with. Parents are out walking their dogs, walking through the neighborhood, talking to each other. Is a community effort. And some of the people mentioned property values. Most of the people in Montgomery Farms have worked hard to be able to afford these homes. These are not palatial homes by any stretch, but they are new homes. The subdivision was probably started about 2007. And these homes, I would guess, range in price today from about $300,000 to maybe $550,000. To many of those residents, that is their biggest single asset. Having this type of a storage facility right up against your property, and was mentioned before, putting an 8-foot, maybe 6-foot to 8-foot tree, that's not going to block it. These storage facilities are 20 foot high. It just does not belong there. In addition to traffic and other things that have been mentioned before, it will degrade and it will affect the property values. There's no doubt about it. I know on Wagon Watch, a couple of people mentioned already, you can see right across from their backyard, you can see Scruggs Road already. And then you're certainly going to see the storage facility, not only in their backyard, but the people on the other side of the street are also going to be seeing this. And also on Old Farmhouse Road. The old Montgomery farmhouse is still there and it's occupied. They will also see this. So it's really not the place to put a storage facility. In Moneta already, there are 8 storage facilities in 24121. Within 3 miles of Montgomery Farms, there's 3. Within 1 mile, there are 2. So we're going to put a 4th one. It just doesn't make sense to ruin or to substantially affect a subdivision like this, which is, you know, it's a beautiful little subdivision with trees and things of this nature. This will be a detriment to that subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this project?
I'm Stacy Brabin. I live at 56 Dillon Cabin Road. I didn't prepare anything. I'm not a public speaker, so I depend on my neighbors behind me to take care of this. But just a quick Google search today. Oh, it's supposed to be working. There are 4 commercial properties for sale just on Scruggs Road in the commercial area of Westlake. They go from 5 acres all the way up to 29. They have public water and sewer available. They already have turn lanes in place. So it seems to me that that would be a much more suitable place to have a storage facility. And I've not researched if that is a need in the county. I'm going to assume, you know, they said they have, so I'm going to assume that they have. So why not put one there? The visibility for the general public driving by when they're going to go to Dairy Queen or Old Oak or, you know, any of the restaurants there or businesses there. The visibility is going to be much better for the applicants in one of those locations. Also, one other thing, the gate accessing through our neighborhood, that scares me. I have an 11-year-old. She walks home from the bus stop. The bus stop is on Scruggs Road. She walks to Dillon Cabin, which is all the way back in the neighborhood. So to have cars or people that I don't know, you know, accessing that street while she's walking home, that makes me nervous. So I understand that they may need a second access for emergency or I'm not sure what they said the 5-foot gate would be for, but put a second gate on Scruggs Road. You know, they don't need to access through our neighborhood. And then one other thing, I'm not an engineer. I push paper all day, but I know the engineer was talking about the detention ponds. So in the Planning Commission meeting, there was some statements made that an inspection would be made of the ponds every 5 years. I think that's what was said. But the detention ponds require regular maintenance, some quarterly, some semi-annually, some annually, some you know, as needed. So if they're only being inspected every 5 years, are they being maintained? If they're not being maintained, a lot of damage can be done in those 5 years before, you know, they're inspected. So that's all I have to say. I did not mean to talk this long, so my apologies, but thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last call. Anyone else here wish to speak for this project? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. That means that we'll go back into a closed session for for board comment. All right, you've heard the proposal from the Planning Commission. You've heard the proposals from the James family and the Buck family. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
may.
ma'am.
There's been a lot of information that has come up very late today, and Mr. Mitchell is not here. And I would like to make a motion, if you would permit me to, make a motion to table this application until our October board meeting, so that the board can have time to actually take in the public comment and also review the materials and the lateness of the information we were receiving as late as 4:30 today, and also give Mr. Mitchell an opportunity to weigh in on this.
Second. Do it. Second. Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the table on the floor to table this until our October meeting. Do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff? Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell is absent for the vote. Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, we'll go back to our session earlier where we didn't get finished today. Ms. Cooper's got a presentation prepared for short-term rental, attachment 13 in your board packet. Ms. Cooper.
Your desired outcome.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Takes me a little bit.
But
Y'all ready?
yeah.
Okay. I'll make this brief because I know it's been a long night. But as you recall, last month in the August meeting, you requested staff to update the board on short-term rental program. And you wanted some updates on checklist, what the Planning Commission has been working on dealing with short-term rentals, and an update on the third party. So I would like to start with the checklist. We, after the August meeting, staff got together and we have been talking about different things of what can make the process for short-term rentals better for the board and for Planning Commission. And Chairman Thompson had mentioned the checklist at the August meeting, but also at the Planning Commission meeting, one of our Planning Commission members mentioned a checklist. And so staff took some information from the Planning Commission and we came up with this checklist, and also Planning Commission added some items to it at our at our September meeting. So we have started requesting on the next application for short-term rental that would come in to you all. We had started asking them to make sure that they put the drain fields on their concept plan. We also were suggesting that they notify neighbors. We were asking them for an operational permit or if any information for their septic. So we want to go over this list for you, and if you don't mind, staff would like to start implementing all of this checklist and even put it on our special use permit application. For the septic information, we would like to ask if there is an operational permit for the septic system showing the number of bedrooms or any AOSE, soil scientist report, to be submitted at the time of the application so that you as a board and the Planning Commission could see what the permit says and if it needs to be expanded because of the number of bedrooms possibly. We also want them to show the drains fields on the concept plan, but the Planning Commission would also like to see the location of the septic tank if possible. If the special use permit is located on a private road, staff is going to ask the applicant if there is a road maintenance agreement. If they don't know, we would like them to research it. Also, if there's not a road maintenance agreement, we strongly suggest them talking to their neighbors about the maintenance of that private road. We want to recommend the applicant or petitioner to notify their neighbors. We haven't gotten specific if it's by letter or going door to door, and how far out would you go that they would like to use their home for short-term rental. We would like them to go ahead and submit the emergency plan. We can give them a website that Bill Rainey supplies to people that are getting their short-term rentals inspected, that they give that to us up front. If the applicant is not local, there has been a lot of concerns with people wanting contact information of an individual that they could call if there was problems. So that it could be taken care of, especially if the person lives out of town or out of state. We are going to ask for such type of person. Staff will supply information about the registry and inspection process. Actually, we want to, and I'll talk about this later, but Bill Rainey gives a little packet when he does the inspection. We would like to give that up front to the property owner and talk to them in more detail about short-term rentals and our registry. The Planning Commission, even though we do not regulate restricted covenants, they would like to see them if the subdivision has them. So we will ask them. They also, the Planning Commission would like to see a survey if a survey is available also. So we will ask that of the applicant. I'm not sure if any of you as board members would like to add to this list, but we would be happy to take any other suggestions that would make your job easier when we're discussing short-term rentals. And it might be something that you want to send me later after you digest it. We wanted to go back to changes in 2020. That's when we created the registry. You let us go into an agreement with Host Compliance, which is now Granicus, and we made changes to the inspection criteria to gear to the safety of the visitors. We as a staff think that this was very important, and we have been working hard since 2020 to do the best that we can to implement this process. I really want to give kudos to Bill Rainey. He's our development service specialist too. He not only does all of our inspections for the short-term rentals, he also does ENS and stormwater reviews and inspections, and he also does zoning enforcement. So he has taken this project and he has made it his own to help him out. I would like to let you know a little bit background on Mr. Rainey in case you do not know. He is a retired firefighter, paramedic. He did that in Norfolk, and we're fortunate to have him. And recently he has received additional certificates in fire and safety inspections to help him with the with doing the inspections of the short-term rental units. So we're very lucky to have him on staff. He's the one that actually created a pre-inspection checklist, and I think it might have been put in your packet. If not, I'd be glad to see it, to send it to you. And along with this is he gives the regulations out that are in the county code about short-term rental and registering. He takes time to discuss this with the residents. He also has a fact sheet that helps people with their fire extinguishers, their emergency access problems, like if they have a bedroom that doesn't have access, and their evacuation plan. So I thought when I found out that Bill had done this, I was actually very proud that he took the initiative to try to help the citizens of the county with their inspections. I do want to give you some numbers. I know some numbers were mentioned at the August meeting. As of when we did the executive summary for this presentation, we would like you to know that inspections for the rental units have doubled since 2021. To date, we have done we haven't. Mr. Rainey has done 92 inspections. 66 passed, 26 have failed. Lots of times they fail because of a bedroom situation where there might not be a window or no smoke detector, or they haven't done their evacuation plan, hasn't been posted, or they do not have the right fire extinguisher. He continues to work with real estate brokers and getting all of their units inspected and passed and registered. Some of them have quite a few. So he's in contact with them, trying to make sure that the inspections are done. One of the things that Mr. Rainey did this past year is Bernard's Landing HOA. He had numerous meetings with them about their septic system. Bernard's Landing happens to have a lot of rental units, and there was concern about the septic system, so he met with them. They actually had, the HOA actually had an engineer to review the septic system. We've got a number of units that the septic system can hold. And basically, the county staff, along with the HOA, they're going to send us reports, I think it's yearly, on their septic system. And we also have an agreement with them. We're trying to make sure they know who's renting and we know who's renting. Also, something that Mr. Rainey did with the building official, John Broughton, is there are some units, because these units were built a while ago, that they didn't have access and people were using them for bedrooms. They actually came up with a couple of remedies so that these individuals would be able to rent that as a bedroom. And obviously they do have to do possibly a little bit construction, or some was just installing a ladder. So Bernard's Landing took a lot of time with Mr. Rainey, but it's definitely a win-win for both the HOA and the county. Last month, when we went, before last month, we've been working with Planning Commission. We had Mr. Rainey make a presentation to Planning Commission. We've also given them information from other localities, but last month we took them something just to digest. Since your short-term rentals are in an A1, and these are just, keep in mind, this is information that Planning Commission, just to make them think. This is not necessarily what we're suggesting to change the code. We just want to get them thinking about things that they could do with the code to make it better or easier for approval. We suggested that maybe in an A1 district, in order for you to do a special use permit, you have to have an acre of land. Not all lots in a subdivision have an acre of land. That could be something, or maybe a half an acre. Also, principal dwellings, so the person that's asking for the short-term rental, some separation between the other residential houses. So we said we'd start at 50 feet, get them to digest. If each house is like, my short-term rental's here, the house to my left is at 50 feet or more, my house to the right are 50 feet or more, that gives a larger buffer than some of the subdivisions might that have lots that are closer together. We also asked them, would you want to put a minimum acre where a special use permit would not have to be obtained? We started very low. We told them to think, is it 5? Is it 50? Is it 100 acres? I know we had one that was 64 acres. Is it something like 60 and above that might not have to have a special use permit? We've also found out that some of the renters, it's not many, but some of the renters that have registered, they actually live in the home and they rent a room as a short-term rental. So we thought we could put something in there like if the owner occupied is under an acre, you would be able to maybe even have it permitted by right or get the special use permit, because if you're living on the land, if you're living in that house and you're renting the room, it's different than if you live out of state. We also would like to make amendments to especially the zoning ordinance to kind of adhere to what the code says about the fire extinguishers. We would like to add carbon monoxide detectors to both the county code and the zoning ordinance. The evacuation plan, we would like to add that to the zoning ordinance. We would like to add to the zoning ordinance about the annual inspection and restoration for short-term rentals. We would like the liability insurance to be added. That way we wouldn't have to have that as a condition each time that we have a short-term rental for a special use permit. We also asked them to think about landscaping buffered requirement. Is there a certain already landscaping that we have in effect that you would like to see maybe on the sides of the property? Like for, we have A and B for landscaping regulations. We told them that we were going to be working on penalties, but when we definitely, for all the things that we're amending, we want to work with the county attorney, but definitely with the penalties. Staff, and I think Planning Commission would agree, we would like to see larger fines, maybe even a larger fine for not registering your short-term rental. Erosion settlement control actually has inspection fees, so a re-inspection fee, that might be something for these individuals that fail in inspections and they never get back in touch with us. It would be a way for us we would get in touch with them, or maybe it's on their third time that they get. If they fail 3 times, you get the re-inspection fee. We're still working that out. The PC at our last meeting, we have sent them information of other localities that have short-term rental, but a couple of the members want to see the actual ordinances. So we're getting those together to send to them way before their next meeting. They've asked to see Roanoke, Bedford, Pennsylvania, Montgomery, and Pulaski counties, along with Virginia Beach and Nashville's short-term rental regulations. We did want to give the board some next steps. We will continue working with Planning Commission for code amendments. The addition of the checklist for the short-term rentals at time of application, we would like to continue that and add the ones that I discussed earlier in the presentation. And we would also like to add any others that you all might like to see. We do continue, or Mr. Rainey continues to educate real estate agents and the public concerning STRs. And we are continuing to work with Granicus. And I would be glad to answer any questions. That was a little longer than I expected it to be. Sorry about that.
Anybody got anything, question? Mike?
I just have a quick comment. I would like to see added to that list, so we don't have to make it a special condition, if the property involves a boat dock, that it be tested for electrical feed into the water.
Oh, okay.
If it's going to be a short-term rental, to make sure that there's not an electrical hazard. Because we've put that on several where they're around the lake, and if we include that in there, we don't have to say that every time.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cooper.
And I'd be glad to, once you look at the list, because it is, most of the list is in your executive summary, we would be glad to add to it.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Whitlow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a reminder to the board, this coming Thursday, just a few updates for you. Of course, the board is aware that VACO Region 10 and 11 will be holding their meeting, their regional meeting at the Franklin Center from 3 to 5 p.m. And of course, this board is certainly invited to attend, and hopefully will attend the meeting. I imagine most VACO regional meetings, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, are, I guess, business casual in terms of the dress, and I'm not sure if the board would have a desire to sport their Franklin County attire, but I know we all have golf shirts and so forth. And I'll just add that. You can talk amongst yourselves on that. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, again, just remind everyone, upcoming on November 3rd is the annual Employee Appreciation Event. That's Thursday. It's a lunch that the chairman mentioned earlier. I would just add to that, this is probably the first time since prior to the pandemic that we've been able to do this. So we're very thankful that we're able to do this year, and certainly we'll get more information to the board and hope everyone will attend. We were talking earlier, I think it was mentioned about employee retention and attraction, and these things do matter to our employees, most certainly, and so I would encourage the board there. Regarding the VACO regional meeting on Thursday, of course, it's VACO's meeting at the Franklin Center, but there will be of course, the legislators have been invited to attend from the two regions. Sean Campbell is the Housing Programs Director at the West Piedmont Planning District Commission. He's been invited to attend and discuss housing in the region. As you know, that's an important matter for this board. It has been the need for housing also statewide, and so it'll be interesting to hear that discussion. And then, in addition, VACO is asking that each locality have one representative, likely from the Board of Supervisors, prepared to briefly share some top legislative issues affecting the county program. And I certainly have a copy of last year's legislative agenda from the board, and I'm going to just pass out. This is one from the West Piedmont Planning District Commission, but if it's the board's desire, certainly for one of the board members to speak, and I'll let you all decide that from yourselves and lend that to the board, or if you need staff to do so, we'll certainly help you script whatever we may need to prior to Thursday afternoon. And then, Mr. Chairman, on that, again, we will make sure that we have a lot of takeaway swag bags for our out-of-town guests, including an opportunity to enjoy some Homestead Creamery ice cream during our afternoon break. Just a couple of other items, Mr. Chairman. Earlier today it was mentioned that I think under the schools update that the canneries, that particular project had come online, and I would be remiss this evening if I did not give a shout, and she's not here, no longer here, but Brandy Rosser, our Director of General Properties, of course, worked on that AFID grant to secure money from the state, and really shepherded under her leadership with county dollars, the local dollars that this board put forth, but those state grant dollars to lead that project. And so a shout out to Brandy Rosser and that good work, both at the Callaway and the Glade Hill canneries. I would add Mr. Chairman, members of the board, earlier in the afternoon, this board and the board authority, because our Board of Supervisors is the broadband authority, we heard a good update from Assistant County Administrator Steve Sandy and the work that the broadband authority has done, not only recently, but over the last 4 or 5 years, really, starting back with the broadband plan that was recognized the need some 5 or 6 years ago with the creation of the broadband authority. And of course, we were looking at some of those numbers that were added up earlier in the day. And so since 2019, and this is just for the board and maybe the public's awareness in terms of what has been secured for broadband investment in Franklin County. And we recognize that a lot of that work is just now taking place and will likely be 2 to 3 years build out. And I know that's very concerning because everyone wants broadband now. But the work that has been done over the last 4 years or so, since 2019, if the current VADI grant application, which the Broadband Authority signed off on earlier to apply for, and we should know that come December, whether that will be funded or not. If that is fully funded, with all of the other VADI, which is the Virginia Telecommunications Initiative Program, as well as our Tobacco Commission grants and so forth, totaling $89.4 million of investment in fiber and broadband to Franklin County citizens. That is a tremendous amount of infrastructure investment, and as I said, you would imagine how much time and effort that's going to take over the next 2 to 3 years. So for those out there that certainly have broadband challenges, help is certainly on the way through this state, federal, and local funding. Of that, the county match certainly is around $10 million that has been or will be invested. Some of that, a large majority of that, from the VADI fund. So I wanted to share that with the board as well because I think that is a significant investment in our infrastructure. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just to remind the board that the board set in motion for us to hold public hearings coming up on budget, amending the county budget. Because of a lot of these grants and so forth, that money has to be amended and put into our, appropriated, if you will, into the county budget. It's a significant amount of dollars, both on the county side and the school side. A lot of that is ARPA, ESSER funds, and so forth. And so Mr. Carter will be working on that public hearing application, but I wanted to make sure the board was just aware of that. I know you're aware that we'll be holding that public hearing. It's not necessarily to increase, if you will, the county budget per se of items that I've already been committed to, but in a sense it is an increase in the county budget. But by code, we have to have another public hearing to do that. And so certainly if there will be any questions regarding that, we certainly will get back with Mr. Carter, myself, and we can give you more detail as to that public hearing, because there will likely be some questions, I'm sure, regarding that. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, and again, just remind the board of Thursday afternoon, and if the board talk amongst yourselves, who maybe draws the short straw or to speak for the VACO regional meeting coming up on Thursday.
The meeting on Thursday, I'm not going to be able to go because of prior obligation. Tatum has agreed to do the, VACO called and wanted to do an opening, and Mr. Tatum has agreed to do that. So is there someone here that wishes to volunteer to address in, or Mr. Tatum, to you or someone else, keeping in mind when we present it to VACO in our meeting to the legislatures that was there, let's keep it short and sweet, just 2 or 3 projects. Is there someone here that can be there Thursday that wishes to do this?
Laura said she would be happy to do that.
Okay.
If at the board's pleasure,
Anyone else? Lori has agreed to do it. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, my wife is having surgery, so I will not.
Please keep us advised of what you have our prayers. Anyone else? Smith, you want to do it? No.
I always draw the short straw and all this stuff, so.
We're just picking on you, man. Had to do that. Laura, you take care.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Happy to do so.
Our attorney, Mr. Gwynn, do you?
No report, Mr. Chairman.
No, none? All right, is there any, anything from the supervisors?
I have 2 things. Oh, go ahead, Laura.
I just have one quick thing.
Okay.
Mr. Whitlow, I would like to get an update of the Glade Hill Fire Station project on Turtle Hill. I'm getting a lot of feedback, and I'd like to get a status on budget, on project progress or delays.
Most certainly, we
Thank
can
you.
do that.
2 things. One, I would like to ask for staff to touch base with the Ferrum Water and Sewer Authority. One of their members approached me the other day. I know the Mercantile, the college, the county has applied for a grant through West Piedmont to help the college replace the car. The pipe, the sewage and water lines that run near those culvert pipes need to be replaced, and the Ferrum Water Authority would like to take the opportunity to move those on the other side of Route 40. And he was wondering if the county could help with either ARPA funds or help with some grants, research some grants. So if you could reach out to the Ferrum Water Authority and see what we can do to help them.
I'll field that if you don't mind. Already been in contact with them, so we're working on that.
Good deal. And my second, I would like to see the county do something for our staff for their wonderful job with this year's Ag Fair. I'd like for us, whether we order pizza for Parks and Rec and Kevin Tosh and his staff and Beth and everyone that took part. I think I mentioned to some of the other board members, they made us all look good this past week, and for a lot of us, that's hard to do. But they did. It was a wonderful event. It was a family festive atmosphere. A lot of work went into it, and I'd like to see us just take some time over and beyond what we've already got planned in November. Maybe have something just to show our appreciation for all their hard work. Just something in the near future for them.
All right. Gundy?
I like to echo what Mr. Tatum said. The staff has done a wonderful job. The fair is the greatest it's ever been. And I think to show our appreciation to everybody who worked it, I think what Mr. Tatum said is very true. Pizza party, something like that. You can break my house if you want to, but either way, I think they should be recognized and given something.
Mr. Carter?
Yeah, I'll echo those comments, and I went by earlier today and thanked Kevin. They got great press coverage on the Ag Fair this year. They had Channel 10 out there and interviewed him. I saw it. They really did a bang-up job. My other thing, I'm a little disconcerted at some of these public comments tonight that these people were notified very short time period before the planning and zoning, and I don't know really what we need to do to address that, but I think that was, I don't know if it was an oversight, but it certainly looks bad on the county. On a project like that, these people need timely notification ahead of time.
Well, I have a question though. Usually they put up a sign.
It's a sign that
You
goes
got so
up and
many
everything.
days that it's on a public hearing.
It's cool.
If that helps you.
Well,
what
they
you think.
mailed them something.
But don't they normally put up a sign that says public hearing?
Yes.
And it's up there for how many days?
We put it up at least 14 days.
Was the sign put up 14 days down there?
I'm almost positive. I can definitely look on our InterGov, because when Mr. Rainey puts up the signs, he usually takes a picture, so it gives the time and day that it was put up.
Another question that I meant to ask you earlier. When we short track something, what's the criteria for that?
Staff has been discussing that here lately for fast tracking, and we had planned to maybe bring something to the Board of Supervisors, but we wanted Mrs. Sims to be here, and she's out of the office this week. Right now for fast tracking, there's really no policy. We just go based on economic development, or actually sometimes when we fast track, it's been because staff has made an error and we want to keep them kind of on track. Has been some of them that's been approved. So we wanted to bring something. We're talking about different, what would be considered economic developments to make maybe get some policy for fast tracking.
Mr. Chairman, I think the board has a policy in our policy manual for the board that addresses.
We need to review that.
I think we have a policy.
We need to review that.
I'm sorry,
and make sure.
I misspoke.
We need to review that and make sure that everything is done fairly and on track, and not just because somebody wants to willy-nilly fast track something. Maybe staff get together and do that. Everybody's shaking their head yes on that. And what Tommy was just talking about, maybe that will eliminate that particular problem, because, yeah, that's a big problem. Mike brought that up and everything, so we need to do that, yes.
Maybe we need to keep the signs up a little longer.
Well, and we can put them up, we can put the signs up sooner than 14 days. I do know in each of our applications, because I was looking for that when the gentleman was talking about being advertised and who was advertised, we sent it out in the amount of time. Her affidavit was dated August 24th. I was going to ask her, I think that's the day she mailed them out. I will ask her. We could mail the letters out sooner.
We may need to do that, especially if it's, everything's saying because of the mail going to Greensboro and everything. That's sort of common thing. Maybe we need to, would you say 14 days, go to 21 days or something? What do y'all think?
We can look at the state regs and we should.
The state code says no more than 21 and no less than 5 or 7 is the, so we're mandated by those parameters at least.
We may need to go to the 21 because of our mail going to Greensboro now.
We can definitely mail them out earlier. I just wanted to let you know, and we did, actually on this project, we went a little further out. We actually notified 71 people about the storage facility. Just as a FYI.
I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
No, no problem.
Don't have anything? All right. I agree with everything that was brought up about a little pizza party or something for the workers for the fair, just as a recognition. I go along with that. And then another thing that I would like to see happen is staff to come up with a program, see if we can get some sponsors to take care of the landscaping, et cetera, around the Welcome to Franklin County signs. I come by down there the other day at the Hardy sign and couldn't see it till when you was right on top of it because of the weeds. And I doubt seriously if that's the only place. I had a church down there that was interested in doing that, and then for whatever reason it didn't go through. I like maybe that's something that Brandy can work on to come up with some kind of a criteria that we could get some assistance. What do y'all think about that?
Mr. Chairman, I would add to that, I agree with you, the roundabouts.
Yeah, the roundabout
We
over
have
there.
talked repeatedly about sponsorship for the roundabouts, and I think we need to add that.
Yeah, we need to add the roundabouts, the signs. We need to try to take a little pride in try to get, and if we can make the community a part of that, they'll feel better about it. That's good. I'm glad everybody agrees with that. So that, all right, now we're getting ready to go. We got to go into closed session, but or do we need to? But before we do that, let's do our public comment. Our public comment that we have here, and see if there's anyone here that wishes to speak. We've reached the time that has been set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the county or the board and that are not a function of the local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up for this?
Yes, Glenna Moore.
Good evening, Ms. Moore.
Glenna Hawkins Moore, 45 Scenic River Drive, Snow Creek District. Good evening and a special welcome to Board Member Janet Mitchell, my representative. For the 25th time, I'm asking the board to make Franklin County more welcoming and inclusive by moving symbols of white supremacy from our seat of justice, a Confederate flag and a Confederate statue. For 2 years, you've been schooled by some of Franklin County's best educators, researchers, and historians. So you know the statues were planted to celebrate and keep racial segregation alive. Mrs. Mitchell, you are the fourth woman to serve on the Franklin County Board of Supervisors. Preceding you were three other well-respected women. I knew Jane Crawford and Lois English as inspiring educators and dedicated community leaders. They were problem solvers who were not afraid to challenge the status quo. And Laurie Smith is a smart politician, often directing the men's attention to details. The two districts represented by women have strong Black histories. Sontag in the Snow Creek District has Franklin County's largest African-American population. It has a rich legacy of successful Black farmers and African-American supporters for educating Black children when public resources were not racially equitable. And the Gills Creek District is the birthplace of two of the most celebrated early 20th century Black icons, Adam Clayton Powell Sr. and Booker T. Washington. Henry Turnage started a campaign in 2020 to move the Confederate monument to a more appropriate site. He represents 21st century Americans of all races who are not afraid to acknowledge the truth about our country's racial history. It's no longer a secret that the early United Daughters intended for the monuments to represent white supremacy. I see the wisdom in Henry's belief that white hands put the statue up and white hands should take it down. However, 70 years ago, I was born into Franklin County's Jim Crow segregation, and as a child was not allowed to drink water from the fountain labeled whites only in the Franklin County Courthouse. I'm counting on the strength of the two mothers on this board to lead the charge to no longer tolerate symbols intended to separate us as Americans and stand as barriers to equal justice. As Chairman Thompson said, sometimes you just do something because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, anyone else?
No, Chairman, I have no additional.
Is there anyone here that wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, we'll go back into open session. Mr. Willow, do we need to go back into a closed session for a couple matters that we didn't take care of earlier?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tatum, will you read the thing to go back? You done lost it. You got it somewhere.
Yeah, I've got it in here somewhere.
We can go back into, we'll go into closed session. We'll go back into the little room there in the county admin office. We will take a break before we go back.
Mr. Chairman, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A8, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific matters requiring legal advice. A29, discussion of terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
We have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Janet Mitchell? Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. We'll take 5 minutes before we go back.
Thank you.
Please. Can you help me up?